everything we've ever done comes back to this. Here, we don't just make equipment. Our people make hay and raise cattle too. The needs of hay producers and ranchers change over time, but our standards will never waver. Because it's not just business, it's personal. And now, our lineup is even stronger.
have 5 inches. The inches are coming at you out there from Michaela Betts, Britlin Nickel, William Indican, Bentley Teams, and Presley Van Winkle. Starting off, of course, with our widest steers, starting at 612 pounds up to 780 pounds. There with us is the situation with the headphones here. This no set is.
It shouldn't be. Can you hear this?
Yeah.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Hey,
Hey,
Greg.
there we go.
Welcome to the
Class
party.
one. Come on now. All right, here we go. We're back. And good morning to everyone
Good
in
morning.
Internet Lane, or back in the tents, or wherever you are.
Where we are in America today. All's good. Okay, I'm sure you covered it here. 5 calves in class 1. Looks like a nice class.
I did. I'll turn it up.
Tell me, is that bad? Is that bad? Is that the same?
Okay,
Just leave that off.
back online here. We're just working through some technical difficulties, but they're back in the market show this morning. Dr. Mark Hogue and Mr. Caleb Bowden going to work through what we anticipate to be a stout set of crossbred steers, Ryan.
Absolutely. We wouldn't expect any less here at the Iowa Beef Expo. I know things were hot yesterday as we worked through the breeds and got through the market heifers, but
For sure they were.
expecting some more heat
Yeah.
today, even though, again, it is cold.
Boy,
outside.
it's a cold one out there, that's for sure. I don't envy anybody that's trying to get a steer dressed or heifer dressed today and get them to the ring because
Nope.
it's brisk out there. But we did miss some of the snowstorm, some precipitation they were talking about yesterday. So anyway, so class
Thankful
one
for that.
here looks like we're going to start rolling. They went ahead and grabbed this black calf closest to us. Looks like that's Presley Van Winkle.
Very nice looking calf
Yeah.
to start the day. I think he kind of floated to the top pretty easily when they walked in.
I think he sorted it.
Set
Looks
the
like that
tone.
calf is got a text message here on our information hotline.
Oh,
Looks like
good.
that calf sold by Nelson England, Caldwell, and MLC. Raised by James Bowling in Indiana. So
Look at the pipe on that thing.
he's got the goods. Good way to start. Let's hear what Mark says.
Everybody back for day 2 of the market cattle side also, and just really excited with the set of champions that were put together yesterday. We've got to put the rest of the puzzle together in terms of putting those cattle in places to have a great final drive this afternoon. I sure think a great way to start with our black steer. Pretty solid out here in terms of his features, stoutness, structure, muscle, all of the things that we talked about yesterday. That guy represents very well. 2 and 3 is where Bowden and I probably had just a little discussion. I think the steer in second looks more like our class winner in terms of density, body, and feature. I like that calf a good deal. His knees got to stay in him and needs to keep just enough twist muscle. I told Bowden I like the feedable look of this young lady's calf in 3. Really a pretty shaped steer. When you get in behind him, down his top line, got a real nice turn to his hip. You know, to me today, just a little green and skinny in terms of his mid body. Needs to stay stout enough in terms of his bone. Good black calf coming next in terms of length and extension. I like that relative to his frame size. Like to intensify his foundation just a shade. Cowboy that closes down here, long-bodied, extended calf. Just the roughest built steer that we've got relative to a real strong class. My compliments to all the exhibitors and their families on this chilly winter morning.
That's right. We get a note from the judge that it's chilly out as well. I think everybody's taking note.
We concur.
We concur.
Good way to start the show. Nice calf.
Hey, that was. I know we've done this for a few years now. That's class 1. The crossbreds is not always that case, is it?
No, not
So,
always. Sometimes
Good,
it's little
good strong
weeks or
class
good
to
ones.
start with.
Nice calf all the way through.
All right, class 2 coming to the ring here. Looks like we got 2, 4, 6, 8 entries here coming at you, Ryan.
All right, I'll read them off. We've got Levi Evans, Emery Miller, Reeve Wagner, Delaney Yates, Brinkley Block, Jax Pryor, David Swanton and Talon Strife. Looks like we're going to have a nice class.
Yeah, jumping right in the heat here again. And looks like there's a pair of really, really good ones there so far, and a couple more coming in.
Big ended steers.
Yeah, stout, burly. So as we just look ahead through our day here, looks like we're going to work through about 10 classes of these crossbred steers. I know we made a comment or two yesterday that maybe, even though the quality was super good, maybe our numbers were down just a little bit due to the weather and whatnot. So not going to be the biggest steer show we've ever had. That would be Expo, but again, I'm certainly anticipating quality up at the top end and starting that way well here this morning in our first two classes of crossbreds.
Yes, those high quality ones always seem to find their way into town somehow.
Yeah, when you're going to find a way for those, aren't you? Make it happen.
There's a will, there's a way. But yeah, it was a miserable week, so we would completely understand for folks who just couldn't pull it off.
Looks like an awfully stout white calf there Mr. Pryor has in the middle of the lineup.
One is burly, shapely, almost matches his cowboy hat. Not perfectly.
Yeah, but that's what do you think he'd have a black hat if he showed a black calf?
I don't know if we would coordinate that or not. You know,
I-
being a guy, if it was a girl or young lady, maybe they would think about that a little more. Like yesterday, you saw the tags matching
Yep.
the shirts.
No, he actually did show a black calf yesterday, and he had the same hat on. So,
Well, there you go.
all right, we're gonna take a spin here. Come around the corner, as you can see him coming into your view now.
Cool markings on that leadoff calf.
Nice Brock
White.
face. Third calf there, young lady coming into your screen right now. There's another calf that's dialed in really, really well.
Yes,
Got
it
to look to
is.
him.
Is that the Reeve Wagner? They in order?
I do not know if they're in order. I believe that might be the Yates. I think
They're not in order.
I think there's maybe a scratch.
That's Yates. Yep. Okay. Oh, that steer's named Todd. Good looking calf.
Pair of nice looking ones in here, I think. Once again, thankful for our environment we're in today. Fun to be over here in the Jacobson Center where everybody's got room or comfortable, and whether you're showing cattle or just sitting in the stands evaluating the show, this is a great place to be. And so certainly again want to thank Vermeer and all the other sponsors that help make this possible for the juniors this weekend. Love being over here in the Jacobson Center.
Yes, it is a good place to be today. And speaking of comfortable, looks like that prior steer's awfully comfortable on the move.
Yeah, he did.
He came in front of the table here, nice and soft at the ground.
So I don't know about you. I didn't sleep real great last night. I just laid there. I was tired. I laid there, thought I was gonna fall asleep, and I just kept thinking about the steer show.
Is that what it was? I thought maybe it was that online sale that kept dragging on last night.
Well, that probably got me my blood pumping too much where I couldn't fall asleep. But then as I laid there trying to fall asleep, it wasn't even so much a reflection of yesterday, but I was just excited about what we're
Excited
going to
to
see
see what
today.
else. Yeah, well, you know, the crossbreds will be stacked. Not that the breed steers were not yesterday. You know, we all know how the game works, and you try to maybe put a steer into the breed for a certain reason to keep it away from another calf or whatnot. But I
Sure.
think the breeds are going to represent themselves
Well,
when
I
we
think
come back out.
you alluded to it yesterday. I think you kind of made a mild prediction,
I did.
especially in that key division. I think that's,
I think the key could win it.
yeah,
Could.
definitely.
We'll find out. Something to push him today. I'm sure there'll be something to push him.
Well, yeah, no, at this level, you're going to have to earn it, obviously, but I think definitely that one made a mark. You know, when you're the accomplished judge as Mark Hogue is, and you make a comment like he did in that drive, I think you know that one's definitely going to be a player at the end of the day. All right, Mr. Bowden's got this group. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Weight prospects over here on our steer side, and I think we got a pair and even the young man steer here in third that all have tons of upside there, lots of quality and some sort on these top two. Ultimately, this gray calf that we're going to go ahead and use, man, that thing is right in terms of his proportionality. He's so good in the way he lays his shoulder onto his rib cage, and then we set him into motion. That thing's the best in terms of his hip and rear leg with the right kind of just shape and substance. I think a really, really high quality steer to win this particular class. The black black calf in too. Hogue asked me, hey, how high is his ceiling? I think this one's got some really, really interesting pieces. He's as late maturing and just up and out in terms of his look and his presence up front as any of them. I like that about him. He's a strong spine steer that's got some shape up high. He's maybe just a little more immature, and that kind of works against him in his lower body balance there. He wants to get a little dry there through his flank. I didn't read him near as comfortable and laid back off of either end of his body when we set the cattle into motion, but I do think that one's got some uniqueness and some upside. The kind of star-headed Brockle underline calf here coming out next, I think is a steer, if you really truly study this calf, has got tons of upside and quality. He's as thin-necked and just attractive about the front side of his body as any of them. His lines and his balance are actually really, really good, and I like all those things about him. He's probably just the most refined when we take him to the surface, just the most I would tell you just the greenest, I guess, in terms of his condition, and just doesn't have the same kind of bulk or substance as the coot cattle just directly ahead of him. But I like a lot of things about that steer just in terms of his quality and his balance there from the side. Got a white socked one coming out next that's thick and chunky, big backed, and has some stoutness there. When you get him behind the cattle, he doesn't come in the same league in terms of look and balance there from the side as the cattle that are directly ahead of him. Black steer coming out next is actually very nice there in terms of his shape. He's got some feature when we take him to the ground. That guy gets a little bold there in the base of his shoulder. Like to just soften him back through his underline. Another kind of baldy sock steer coming out next. Just really, really good kind of practical built cattle. He's right in terms of his rib design. He's good there in terms of being a calf with some shape and some body. Just maybe not the balance and the rear skeleton of a few cattle just directly ahead of him. A pair of black steers coming out next that are built similar in terms of length and elevation. Young man's directly in front of me. He's just got a touch more in terms of rib design and body shape. Young lady that's going to round us out. That's a high performing kind of cattle. We just got to moderate and change in terms of her build. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
All right. Congratulations to our class winner in Class 2, Jax Pryor, with that smoky colored calf out of In God We Trust. And second looked like was Delaney Yates with the Here I Am. So good good class.
Really nice pair of steers, and it went
Yes.
deep through that class quality. Next up, we got Class 3 coming right at us. We got 10 of them.
All right, getting in the deep water.
All right. Read off the exhibitors to you here. Calves coming in the ring are presented by Keaton Kroshkopf, Reeve Wagner, Addison Hugh, Jillian King, Carly Reed, Michaela Erpelding, Calvin Schulenberg, Chase Ackerman, Michaela Here, and Kara Olson.
Black and white calf. Pretty nice. Oh, there's a big stout cherry red dude.
Yes, that steers from up in my neck of the woods. I think he has been a class winner so far, at least this year.
Previous at some other shows. Ooh, here we go.
Nice black and white steer coming at you.
If you're gonna have to be black and white, that's the color pattern you'd like to
That's
have.
not a bad way to have it. It's pretty proportional. And when their legs are that
Oh my
big,
goodness.
when the legs are that big, it doesn't really matter what color.
No, it doesn't. We haven't seen one like that yet, have we?
Not quite
Not that
that
extreme.
much extremism. Looks like natural bone and a pile of hair.
Yeah. Holy, that thing is stout legged.
Yes.
We heard him a couple times yesterday say fat legged. I mean, you think he calls that one fat legged, or we got a better,
He might.
different term even for one like that?
Let's see. It'd be what Hoag's turn to take the mic. Yeah, he might
Yeah.
call that one fat-legged.
Boy, for all the bulk and mass he has, he's still pretty sharp front, isn't he?
He's got the
Clean-headed
geeky
and-
neck. Yep. It'd be fun to watch him walk just a little bit more. He maybe wasn't getting out and striding perfectly as he came into spot there, but getting used to the ring and such.
A lot of color variation again in this particular class of crossbred steers.
Yes, there is.
So this is Class 3 in the crossbred division. There is one more class here in Division 1, Class 4, another big class. Then we will pick a champion of our Division 1 crossbred steers.
Yes. And we will have a break in between the crossbreds at the end and the overall
On our champion driving.
somewhat. But stay with us because we do have some plans for that intermission to do some
Yeah, we got some
interviews, hopefully.
special guest introductions, story time, whatever.
We're going to try to grab our judges for a little chat, but I don't know if there's anybody else we got on the list, or has anybody got any suggestions? Anybody they want to hear from? Shoot us a text if you got an idea. Good idea.
Yeah, good ideas. All right, pulled them up here, getting ready to make the circle. Let's say we got it's like 3 of them to me if we're going to make an initial cut to maybe work towards the top, maybe 4.
Yeah.
Depending on what they look like as we get them in
I want to
motion
see
here.
him come around again.
His first
I
calf
do like
is
that first calf.
he's a nice looking dude.
Second calf.
Yep, the peach calf's nice. I think the red
we
calf's
like.
nice. And then
Yep.
see how the black and white one with all the power and stuff to him, how he holds together. That's the kind that you get excited about. Can you imagine if you were like raising cattle and you go out to the barn in the morning and find a calf like that, standing up
See
with big
that
old
color?
sticks
That
underneath
would
of him?
be something. The first calf that came around is probably not what doesn't have the most face width of the group, but is one
Yeah.
good looking dude.
As they talked about yesterday, power in the seat of his pants, maybe.
Yep. Just tracks a little more narrow, but man, he's good looking.
Peach calf there's good looking dude
Yep.
as well.
Got some
Real
got some
sound and
power,
complete.
soft bodied.
There's the first black and white calf we talked about coming around the corner here.
He's got a big hip. And that nice red steer from up in the Kasuth County region. He's got the big flat back. There's a roan for Mr. Ernst.
Yeah, he supposed to have been yesterday in the pending shorthorn division.
One we talked about already at the end of the line here with the.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can see it from the. You can see it from our pan here. We can good group of cattle, but this calf on the right side of your screen there, kind of the Holstein colored up one.
A lot of weight.
Amazing amount of foot size and bone work under that dude.
Yes, he does.
No matter how they place out, I'm just interested to see how those guys talk about him and how they break him down and describe him.
Yep, Mr. Hoag's analyzing him right now. They're
definitely a unique creature.
Spinning him out. Yeah, freak of the neck, shag of the leg, I guess. Say down in Oklahoma, isn't that where that comes from?
Yeah, something like that.
At this time, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors again. Yesterday, we tried to give some shout outs, and we all know none of this would be possible without the amazing sponsors we have. We got not just the big banners you see around the ring, but even the Platinum Stakes Club. I cannot read that from here, but there's a great listing of a bunch of breeders and industry people who have donated money.
Absolutely.
Obviously, a lot of people donate time as well. Thanks to everybody. We got sponsors such as Vermeer, premium sponsor. You got Sunglow Feeds, Showtime Magazine, Tice Show Cattle. I'm just rattling off some stuff I see on the wall.
Yeah, Boyer and Core, Show Cattle. I know they do a lot as well.
Diamond Bar Genetics, Safeguard, Vitelli.
Fresh H2O looks like there. And then, of course, we have, as we talked about yesterday, the SC Online Sales.
Sullivan Show Supply.
Yeah, can't do it without those guys. They do a lot. And if you haven't made it over to the Jacobson Center yet, there's a couple on the west side there that we got some booths set up over there, some vendor booths. I know, I don't know what they got over there, what they're promoting, or maybe giving something away, but.
Well, your wife might have found out. Maybe she could
probably
tell us about it.
Yeah, and I know I haven't made it yet over to the old cattle barn around the foyer, but I'm sure there's plenty of good stuff over there too if you needed to find something in your downtime.
Looks like
maybe get a little late Valentine's Day present for your sweetie.
Better late than never, I tell you.
So we found the orange calf, slid him to the front so far.
It seems like I'm assuming the priorities are going to be kept on just the most complete individual, and they're going to find him for that reason, I believe.
I think on this class, what do you bet? Do you think we're going to walk them and do their half lap again? I think we got enough depth in here. I bet we do.
It's possible. The steering second, they're probably going to talk about extremism, but maybe not quite as soft in those ankles.
Yeah, just smooth made, attractive peggy.
Steer in third, similar story. Very extreme back legs, maybe. Get him down to third. Guess we'll see what they see. That steer fourth just isn't powerful enough, but he is good looking.
Big Red's got the power. Maybe just needed a little cumbersome in terms of his movement.
More flex.
Yeah. And that calf in second, again, I don't know how well you guys can see him, but he's just extreme in his build.
He's extreme. That's the word that comes to mind.
We haven't had a real great look at him.
You
from
called
the
it
side.
rewalk. We got a rewalk.
And when you get off to the dead side of him like that, very impressive. What's the tag here on the? Does that say pudding? Yeah, pudding. Yellow calf here is going to lead the charge.
Kind of looks like tapioca pudding, I guess.
Yeah,
Go
no, that's butterscotch.
Oh,
Butterscotch.
my bad.
That's my favorite kind of pudding, actually.
Butterscotch. That's not bad. You don't like the tapioca?
I don't love it, I guess. It's a texture thing. Man, I can't believe how big those legs are. I can't quit looking at them.
You're into that. They are grande.
Mucho grande.
With that fourth steer, that black one is just a little wider, man. I think he could shoot right up to the top.
I think so too. And obviously we're not judging, but I think I think that's a close placing between third and fourth. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll slide the third one all the way up to the first one. I don't know, but yeah, that fourth place black calf, he's got the look, he's got the design and the build. He just needs a shot of probably just age and maturity more than anything.
Yep. All right. Well, the judges watch those top three come right across the middle. They're talking it over.
Well, this orange calf, he's smooth and youthful looking.
Yeah, it's just, probably the least amount of holes. He probably doesn't overwhelm you with any, obviously not near as much pipe as the one that stands behind him.
And I don't think he's fine boned by any means, but especially compared to the one behind him, even the one in third, fourth, just a little lighter on the foot size and skeletal density, I guess you could say.
All right, here we go.
Oh, we're going to leave him.
Another solid class that we've got out here. And, it's really, we talked yesterday about the beautiful venue. And I tell you what, we went outside to get in the car this morning. And today is a good day. If you're a cattle show fan, today is a good day to be at the show ring or in these bleachers versus outside, because it is a chilly morning and we're enjoying our time out here. Bowden and I think these top five have some debatability from 2 through 5. I think if you stick to the fundamentals of build and structure, body design, and muscularity, the gold calf, checks all of those boxes the most effectively. I think everything fits on this guy. He's a good feeding, good body calf. He's sounder than what our black and white steer is in second. I read him more genuine in his forelimb, deeper in his twist, and whether this guy has hair or he shucks his hair, I think that's going to be a good line, good bodied calf with muscularity. Really a big, furry, well-presented one coming here in second, pretty headed, nice necked, kind of a nice line steer from a profile. You get this steer in motion, and he needs to relax on his ankle, both ends of his skeleton. I changed the shape to his foot, but he's really a big-bodied, deep-bodied calf with a nice look up front. I personally like the freshness of neck and shoulder. I like the shape of this steer in third. When you get on top of him, young lady will let him stretch out just a little bit. He'll look just a little more tubular than what our top pair will, but I think feedability in that calf's really good. Showing prospect cattle is all about ifs, and if this steer in fourth doesn't get much taller and opens up, this might be the best hind-legged steer with the most show steer presence of any of them within class. The challenge is today he's a little lanky, just a little streamlined, and I want to trust that this guy's going to body down because I like his angles, love his hind leg design, look just a little tall today. Red steer on the stand can run with the top 4, get this guy in motion, and he too has some structure issues on both ends. Good body, good shape. Like to see that guy just a little sounder. Muscle sorts the black and white steer over the roan. We look at the roan steer, and he's got a good balance and look to him. Not nearly as strong build as the black and white calf. White steer's got some body and some depth. A little plainer build up through his shoulder. Closes up when he goes away just a little bit and stifle. We let just flashing ease and mass sort the final pair of plainer featured cattle that don't have that big ring look that we've got within this class. So I thought a quality class with some debatability on how you put it together.
Okay, there we heard the reasoning and thoughts behind those placings.
Yeah, debatability, and that's kind of like you and I talked. As he said, even those top five, little room for a give and take depending on where you lay your priorities. But one thing they were pretty sure of is they like just the completeness and the true structure built into that class winner. Congratulations to Reeve Wagner with his "In God We Trust" named Puddin'.
Yep, hard to argue with that. I mean,
butterscotch.
again, just most complete.
Yep,
Goes to the top.
yep. Sometimes it's not all the bells and whistles; it's just how you put what you got together, right?
That's right.
All right, Class 4 hitting the ring now, and this again is our fourth and final class of Division 1 Crossbred steers this morning.
We got 12 entries coming at you from Logan Kroc, Isaac Hoffman, Wyatt Roan, Kentley Wierson, Olivia Paulson, Levi Bettenbender, Kenley Holmes, Houston Holdgrafer, Maya Christensen, Rayleigh Amos, Molly Jones, and Carly Axmere.
Another big stout class here.
Not as many classes, but it's nice to see these big classes, these big groups
Yes,
come
this
in.
is
That's
what
we want
Iowa Beef Expo is all about.
to. Yes. Got your color variety again here for you.
Love it.
Different shades and features on these things. See some big hips from here. That last steer in, he's got that cocky neck on him. Big hip combination. You guys can't see him on the camera right now, but he's closest to us, so I'm looking at him.
That's Carly Axmere. That name rings a bell. I know we've called her name several times up at the top of some classes here over the last couple Beef Expos, and we've been doing this. So
No stranger. A few spots to her left. There's a black and white steer young man has that's got a big square hip. He's going to bring it around actually right now. You guys can see him moving on. Pretty neat markings on him. That's a powerful calf.
big bag.
That exhibitor is Houston Holdgrafer. Here I am, steer.
Holdgraffer, him.
Holdgraffer. Not bad.
Abe is the calf's name. Funny to kind of look through the list here what cattle's names are. It's interesting. I know that was always kind of fun time when I was a kid, growing up in the barn and deciding what to name your animals and
Oh, yeah.
how they earned a name, maybe.
Yep. You know, at our house, many custom tags were grinded by my dad for my steers.
Yep.
Still got some of those.
Going to hit the nice peach calf there, circling in the middle.
Mark says, let's send them.
I don't
Color
see
calves are kind of evenly distributed almost.
Yeah, they are. I don't see a freak of nature in terms of bone work and density in this class, maybe like the last one, but
Well, you're not going to see too many like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I know that got you revved, but you're not going to see very many of those.
that's the kind of stuff
period.
that kept me up last night. I knew there was going to be stuff like that show up today.
It is exciting. I get it. So you didn't sleep as good. I slept like a baby. Now, once that online sale finally said ended, I walked away with what I had my heart set on. So then I slept like a baby.
Yeah, better you.
Don't always get the ones I want, but
Every now and then you can score one.
Keep clicking.
See that white flank calf there going across your screen now? That's one that Ryan was talking about with the really good look.
Yes.
And the last three here, I think, going to be in the mix as well. Smoky steer there. Got the white lead strap. It's nickel distracting to judges such as myself, but
yes, if you're going to show at the kit, have your Memorial Classic in April, do not put a white halter on them or no. Not going to like it. Oh, that black and white steer's posing right in front of me. And
look at the business end of that yellow calf right there in front of us.
Right in front of that black and white steer is a Really nice looking. I don't know what color that is. I'm terrible at that. Is that
It's
peach?
It's peach butterscotchy again, and
That's a
I
good.
mean he's square down low, square up high.
square.
That's a nice calf there.
Yep. Whoever clipped that one has it smooth and blended well. That's a good looking rear end. Very tough class here. A lot of quality.
Okay, we're going to leave the black calf along the wall. We're going to fill in with the yellow calf we talked about. Here comes the white-legged one. And then the young lady there in the blue sweater.
Yep. So they're definitely finding those good ones.
Yeah,
Now, do you think they're going to re-rack and stack them?
Yeah, I don't think this
Is
here
this just initial sort?
Yeah, this is
Okay.
just to get the top end. This is not a.
That's good.
I would be I'd be very shocked actually if they stay this way.
All the way through.
Yeah, I think he's not shotgun them.
We're gonna
He's
work them
kind of
again.
yeah.
Yep.
Well, look at like you talked about. Look at the front end design on that young lady in the red shirt there.
I like
front
that.
lineup.
I like that. That thing's geeky necked, but he still works back and progresses that big hip.
Yep.
That's the way.
Calf stands right behind him, probably a little denser in terms of his mid rib and center
portion.
body. Yep.
True story.
So
Looks like we're gonna get set up for an extra microphone for our interviews later. Maybe.
maybe not. We got to have enough
We don't know.
cords. We shall see.
We're gonna try.
In the meantime, we're going to keep working through this class of crossbreds. I think now we're getting down to the actual meat and potatoes of the placing them.
Yes. Working down. Judges are pulling them in. We appreciate the judges being nice and thorough all the way through the class. Sometimes you never know. There could be a couple neighbors showing against each other, in the middle of the class, and there's bragging rights.
Well, that's the thing. We all want to win at the top, but like you said, competition towards the bottom is just as important. And so,
yep. Sometimes the difference between sixth place and eighth place is a big deal to certain situations. We've all been in spots where there's just a certain person we want to be in front of.
And it might be a difference of about $3 in terms of a payback as well. So you don't want to leave any extra money at the show if you can help it.
About the 1990s.
He wants more or no more?
I don't know. He's probably afraid of what I'm going to say. So.
Somebody came up and was harassing us. I couldn't tell if he said he wanted more of a certain content or less, but either way,
Well,
get what you're going to get.
You get what you get. We'll bring it. We'll get some more 90s commentary. It's fun to have a little blast from the past.
It is.
Okay, so Mr. J. Brad the Hook just announced that half hour after the heifer show finishes up, we're going to have our grand drive, and we will
steers first, right?
Yep, be back on our side here and do the steers first.
As it should be.
Yeah, betcha. All right, as expected here, we're going to walk this top group
It's going
of
to be
cattle.
good. It's going to be good.
Got the 3 over there to start with. We're going to keep moving till he gets to a certain cutoff point. I think, see what we're going to do here. Might do the whole works.
I think so.
And then shotgun them back to the wall.
Out. Yep. Well, it's a nice deep class, and these kids deserve that extra evaluation. They're getting it. They're getting it.
Mark's kind of working through this side of the ring here. Caleb's up there scouring over our top side of the class.
I appreciate the judges getting through this nice big group and giving them all their due diligence. Be fun to see how that top end especially shakes out.
Yes.
Definitely some high quality up there. Differences in types.
Differences in types and kind. And I don't know if you got a calf yet in mind?
Well, it's hard for me to stray from that first one.
I know,
due
that's
to the
got
nature of his
quote unquote Haviger front.
Got that Haviger front, but he's also got that, again, progression where he gets wider as he goes back. I just like my wedge-shaped animals.
I hear you.
Just the way
I think of, from what I've seen so far in terms of type and kind and kind of what they did yesterday and even here in the first couple classes. I'm going to lean towards that peach-colored calf. I think
He's probably
got
the most complete,
yeah.
maybe less extreme, and that's kind of what they have landed on a lot of times, and there's nothing wrong with that either.
And I could be way off base.
I think there's a lot of good in that
Yeah.
black and white one.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, I get he's not quite as freaky fronted, but that one is square. That one is square, massive.
Yeah,
what I
probably
saw,
a little
he
more
handles
moderate.
himself- Yep, a little more moderate.
A little more vertically challenged up to the top of his shoulder than those cow that stand right in front of him. But looks like our live stream there, you can see kind of the middle of the class. There's two up at the front, and then a little bit of a gap there. But you see that white flank calf.
It's like the screen's a little fuzzed at the moment. Sorry about that. I'm sure it'll focus in eventually.
There we go. Peaches. Then your long neck calf.
Mm-hmm. Yep, understandable. Gotta love the rib in that center portion you were talking about in that leadoff steer now.
Well, as you watch them drive at you here, you can just see
just more
width through the chest floor and the boldness down their forearm.
Yeah, the Expo steer just a little more narrow base through that chest floor.
It's
comparatively.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see how that one feeds. What's it say? He's a how great thou art. And yep, that third steer. I mean, from the shoulders back on that third steer. I mean, that's a pretty ideal calf.
Nice trio there. And they're not even done yet. I mean, they're still analyzing them.
Yep. Man, really nice. You commented already, but the calf that's now in the first position, they got him looking the part. It's a smooth clip job. Those colored ones, that's a little more challenging, isn't it? Not that any of them, none of them are easy, but
when you get to my age, they're all challenging. It's kind of like anything else you do. If you do it every day, you get into a groove. If you're like me and you haven't done it for a while, it'd be a real challenge to dive into a calf
take
now.
a few more layers at a time.
Yeah.
It could just be fun to see what that calf there, what it looked like before they started knocking the long hairs off.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure he looked good either way, but
yeah. And there's one again, for as dense and bulky as he is, he's still nice about his head and youthful looking.
Yep.
A couple of those we've seen, especially the Charlie influenced ones, are getting a little bulky headed. But he's
the longer you study him, I mean, I totally understand why he's in first.
And a good color too. They did a great job selecting their paint at Sullivan Supply to match his body. Can't even really tell they painted his legs.
That's really impressive. Yep. Yeah, it's nice that Sullivan's has so many color choices now. When you and me were kids, what was there? There was black, and there was only one black. Now there's multiple blacks, and there was one other color. I know there was,
but there was like an auburn or something. Yeah. And then towards the end, we had the white, whatever. But boy, that's good lineup of cattle there, especially those top three. And that fourth place calf,
that fourth place calf is nice.
He's gonna just again probably call this a little greener today.
I was gonna say you pound the feed to him, give him a month or two.
That's one that you're gonna like here on down the road towards summertime. Fifth place calf got a big old top side in him. Looks like
he's got the long neck,
raw hip.
Really deep class here, just as you'd expect at the Iowa beef.
That's right. This is what kept me up last night.
Yep, that's good.
I think they're making a little. You think they're done? You think they're still analyzing?
They're still analyzing.
I think they
haven't had
the calf in second's giving them trouble. So I think the longer they're out here, I think they're trying to figure out.
You think they're going to move him down more?
I don't know. Maybe not. No, I think we're good now. They were really studying that white-legged one right behind him.
Man, I really like that one. Calf with the white. We'd like to. Man, if we could put 2 and 3 together, I know we talk about that as evaluators. I'd like to put these two together. We can't do that, but
surgery.
Then you might say, well, then you'd have the steering first. Well, I don't know about that.
No, I don't.
I don't think you would.
No, I don't think you can get enough bulkiness and density.
The steering third has to be the widest, true most base width through all the way. all the way through him, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. I
I
want
mean, I
the
get
first.
the first one's not narrow.
You watching that dude come at you and leave?
Look at that
he's,
black and white one, how big.
he's
ended.
huge up top, but in terms of top to bottom, ground up,
Yeah, underneath.
I don't think you're not gonna beat that butterscotch calf that way. Here from our side, I mean, there, and then he can give you such a cool
Yeah,
look like that from the side.
That's killer right there when he put, and that's a natural, he just walks into
he
that on
walked
his
into
own.
it, struck it.
Here we go.
All right, Caleb's gonna give us the business here.
Over here on our steer side, we got a really, really good set of them, and these three are extremely competitive all the way down the line, are good cattle. If you want to sit here and study these three and make some decisions on where you want to lie priorities and how you want to sort them, you can get them a little bit jumbled up, or I guess there's some debate, if you will, and Hogue and I are in agreement that the area code we're from, we believe in genuine livestock, and that's exactly what this gold steer is. When you study his forearm, his front foot, his forerib, the way his shoulder transitions into his body shape, and then get back into his rear skeleton, he's the broadest hip, he's the biggest in terms of his rear foot. I like all those things about that calf a good deal. That steer still balances, gives you a very, very high quality look. The young lady here in 2 and 3, and we had some debate on these two cattle in particular. This black steer is just a little off in his hair cycle, and it makes it just a shot harder there to read him in terms of his forerib and the way he transitions into his shoulder. I will tell you, facts are this one might have the highest ceiling if hair gets right there midsummer. The way he projects his neck out of the top side of his shoulder is absolutely incredible. And for me and Mark, his hip and hind leg is the best when we set him into motion. He's the most sure and correct and attractive about his rear leg in motion. I think that steer's got a really good shape. He's strong in his back line, yet he's got some give and pliability there when we set the cattle into motion. Like I said, to start out, you got to just tell yourself that he's going to get it when he fleshes and hair gets right, because he is just a shot raw there in his forerib and the way that his shoulder lays onto his body. Absolutely love that calf's build and just his presence out here, though. The black and white steer coming out here in 3, man. I'm sure that you came to the Beef Expo not thinking you're going to be third in class in the lightweight division. And I told Hogue, in terms of head shape, his proportionality and length of body, I probably resonate with this calf as much as any in terms of the top side of his skeleton, about mid-body up. He's tremendous in terms of his body shape. He's got a really, really good shape out of the backside of his blade. And like I said, I think that's a strong-jawed calf with an attractive look there. We set the cattle into motion. He wants to pitch his front feet in ever so slightly. He's not as big or correct in terms of the shape to his foot. And then I'd like to just see him get out and go just a shot better. Those are really 3 very, very high quality steers. The young lady coming out next, like this guy in terms of just his body type, his immaturity on the front side of his body in terms of his look there, I think is really, really good compared to the cattle just directly ahead of him. Not near as much just feature or substance when we get up on the cattle. Still a high quality steer for the young lady. Young lady coming out next in the brown shirt's got a jazzy looking one. It's got some shape up high. That guy just gets a little raw in terms of his underline, a little refined when we take him to the surface, but I think an immature steer with the right kind of shape and presence there. Silver calf coming out next is a beefy, bulky, practical kind of cattle. I like what he represents in terms of the beef industry and fed cattle, maybe just not quite the uniqueness of the several ahead of him. Black steer coming out next is one with a tremendous shape. He's really good there in terms of the strength to his jaw, one that's maybe just a little off in the way he goes out of his rear leg. Young man did a nice job with him. Gold steer coming out next. Actually probably favor just him in terms of his immaturity, the top side of his crest and his body type, than the cattle on either end of him there. We get him in motion. He gets a little discombobulated in his shoulder, a little awkward in the way he uses his rear leg. Black and white steer coming out next. One that has an advantage there just in terms of sheer shape compared to the gold calf directly ahead of him. he just gets a little mature on the top side of his neck, a little deeper down through his shoulder and chest. Black and white one coming out next. I like his upside in terms of his lines, his immaturity, and where he's at in this point in the stage in terms of condition. This guy's just a little vertical up front for us. The kind of gold and white steer coming out next is a stout, powerful cattle. We got to change him and the shape to his foot and the way he's built. Young man's black steer coming out next is practical kind of cattle. Just got to class him up in terms of look. Tremendous top 3 in that particular class. Let's give all those exhibitors a big round of applause.
All right, they definitely deserve a round of applause
Absolutely.
for the
Great
depth
class.
of quality. It was a good analysis there. Enjoyed listening to that breakdown, and they talked about some of the things that we figured they would on those top 3.
Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. And then, the thing that he said, the first thing he said out of his mouth, is that gold calf, genuine, and just as
Yep.
genuine shape and genuine build. That's what they gravitated to. All right, we're down to the nut cutting here in Division 1. We're going to have our 4 crossbred class winners
Yes.
coming in the ring right now. Presley Van Winkle. Right behind her, Jax Pryor with his smoky calf. Class 3 was Reeve Wagner. And then just out of Class 4 there, Kinley Holmes.
Time for a shameless plug.
Oh, let's get one.
To me, it looks like that first calf has been identified as a good candidate for some Dr. Habs
Oh, yes.
ringworm treatment.
Yes.
Very useful product.
Very
It's
shameless.
available from Mr. Thomas Thompson.
Greenstuff.com. So I remember last year, especially in Division 1, too, there was a lot of color represented in the crossbred division. We're holding true with that again here this year.
Color's still in.
Color's still in.
Oh, there's those big pipes. Knowles, you guys can't see it on the camera. Knowles just. Do you need a napkin to wipe?
No,
it?
I'm good.
Okay. A little drool
I was
coming
actually
down.
getting closer to the fence to look at this young lady in the red shirt, the calf that you're excited about.
Oh, the freak?
The freak.
Yeah, he's a freaky one.
I mean, that dude is just going to be good someday. He's just not quite there yet. I mean,
Well,
they talked
said
about it
They
in terms
said
of,
he has the most high ceiling potential.
right.
No argument there. I mean,
You
they
talk,
get that one fat, get that rib to open up just a little bit more, maybe.
just again, feed maturity, get him where you need to go. So great lineup here. Class 1 to Class 4, all those are very high-end cattle that got the things these guys have been talking about in terms of substance and general width of structure, and then a nice look from the side. I don't know what you think. I guess tremendously good class, but man, that Class 4, that's
last class.
that
Signed
dude's a
him up.
hoss.
Yeah, again, nothing against these other cattle. They're good cattle.
Yep.
But
Well, I mean, in theory, honestly, you could probably go from the last class, and depending on how well you like the calf that's second there in that tough class, you could come up here to Class 1 and grab this black calf.
oh yeah,
It's
he's darn nice.
That's the best calf I ever remember winning Class 1 at the Iowa Beef Expo before.
It's a nice one.
It'll be fun one on down the road for that young lady. Calf there in the middle. Jax Pryor, the young man, the cowboy hat. That's an awfully good steer as well.
Yeah, that one there you just appreciate for how stout he is, and I mean he's moderate, but for how stout he is, that one can sure put his legs down properly.
No, I just can't. Even you can see it there in the middle of the screen. Can't get
You can't
over
stop looking at those.
the legs on that Holstein calf.
And the fact they're white, usually when they're white they don't hit you that hard,
Right.
but they're just so big.
Yeah.
Just almost obnoxious.
Almost, but not quite. But again, that probably worked his undoing a little bit. They talked about it. Just his joint work and just his mobility wasn't quite up to snuff, and that's probably with the
hard
extra
to keep
ruggedness.
that all right. And it's more noticeable when they're
got to negotiate through that we talked about. And you sure look at our first 2 class winners. They are stout and boxy and powerful. And I think, have bright futures. I think they're moderate in their kind, but they're still high quality. Class 3 had some variation in it, but I sure think we got the steer that offers the most basic function and utility. We get to our 4th class in this division, and those top 3 steers, I thought Caleb did a great job of describing the differences. We tend to be one to put a lot of faith in head quality, strength of livestock, and it kind of tells the story from there back. And I think in a lightweight division, you could tell a lot about maturity in cattle. You could tell a lot about about the continuation of it. To me, our champion in D1 represents what we want to stand for today. I think the reserve D1 has got wild, wild pieces long term. And so my compliments to all exhibitors that represent your D1 crossbred division. We're going to keep the pair out of Class 4 together. Champions the gold calf right here, reserves the young lady in the red sweater. Let's give them all a great round of applause for a tremendous division.
Yeah, congratulations. No surprise there. Those
Surprise.
big
Pick up a
stout
pair.
steers. Yep.
It'll be
Just,
fun in, I want to see what that reserve looks like in 6 months.
Yep. So, Division 1 Crossbred Steers champion goes to Kinley Holmes. That's an In God We Trust. I peeked around the corner. I saw our old buddy Ty Webster combing on that calf, so he had something to do with that. Congratulations to that family and that crew. And then reserve to Carly Axmere, and looks like that calf had a Wade Rogers tag in his ear. So, there's a story on Division 1. Division 2 hitting the ring now. We're going to have 3 classes in this division, and I guess we don't expect any let up in terms of the throttle, do
I
you?
doubt it. Nope, I do not. We got 6 entries about to hit the ring. We'll get you the names of those exhibitors as they get out in front of us here. You hear a little noise. We're just getting set up, hopefully, for those interviews later. All right, they're going to hit the ring. Class 5. We're starting Division 2. Crossbred 2025 Iowa Beef Expo. Entries in this class are coming from Teresa Hansen, Haley Hansen, Carter Firk, TJ Goki, Lincoln Burnt, and Keston Holmes. Nice looking calves coming into the ring. More color variation for you.
More color.
Black calves are in the minority in this. There's nothing.
There we go. Can you hear me
back?
now? Can you hear me
Hey,
now?
there we go.
Back in action. Yep.
Now we're
We
back. All right. We're just getting this set up
Almost
again
got
for later.
Squared away, good to go.
Appreciate them. They know what they're doing. I do not.
Well, that's no surprise.
Look at all these cords.
I just meant life in general.
Oh, well.
Hey, another good class here. We got a couple smoky peach colored steers on the closest to us, and then a black calf there. Got the extra look and design.
Yes. Two black calves. The rest are colored. Time to spin them out. Take them for a stroll. Take on the camera there. You guys are getting that rear view. You can see those big, stout steers. We've got.
Check.
Check.
Can you hear
mate.
that?
I can hear you.
Absolutely. That's perfect.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Nope, that sounds good. All right. The sires
Thank you much.
represented in this class. Near perfect. In God we trust. Here I am. Here I am. In God we trust. Usual suspects mostly.
The usuals. All right, as I turn the corner here down on the east end right in front of us, get a little bird's eye view, top
Yes.
lines, width structure. Fourth calf here is stout burly
That
dude.
fourth steer is very powerful.
He's got the center body and the
He
midriff that
does.
we've been
Big,
talking about.
big hairs.
Peach colored calf coming next year. He's got the clip job and the hair coat you've been talking about in terms of getting one dialed in.
Very highly presented.
No
He's
shock there. It's got
definitely got that
a Tracy
look.
Gretzky tag in
I
his
see
ear.
the Gretzky tag. Very.
There's a gray calf coming around next year again. Look at just the top shape in that,
That
one.
one's
It squares
burly
up
as well.
out of his shoulder, and it's like a picnic table up there.
High up top. Big spread. So yeah, kind of an interesting class here. It'll be a couple different ways to go here, I
Yeah,
guess.
this is going to be another test of power versus pretty, I think.
Yep. Yep. Well, they're saying they want to stick to those genuine cattle, so we'll see which one that is. It might be that. What do you think? That second from the end? See the most genuine in his build? It's not the stoutest.
No, and I don't, again, from the ground up, but there you
Yep.
go.
There you go. Genuine build. We're going with it. He's got the look.
Bet we don't walk these, what do you bet?
Nope. It's going to be a quick placing and go. Like they said, they slowed down when they needed to.
Yep.
Another really good set of them as we work into our middle division here on the steer side. And I think three cattle that are a little different in terms of their kind and what they represent on the front side of this class. We never wavered from our class winner. When you take him to the ground in terms of true foot size, comfort, and just mobility, he's the best. And then tack on his added body shape. He's the freshest on the front side of his body, in his chest, and on the top side of his neck. That's a calf that'll give you a really, really striking look. And for me, it's his lines and the way he ties his shoulder onto his tremendous body shape that gives him a real advantage over the steer there. And two, I like that calf a good deal. Young lady's Grace here that comes out next, man. Talk about a boxy, powerful kind of cattle that still gives you a nice kind of look there when she gets him parked. That steer, when we set him into motion and when he wants to get a little cumbersome there at the base of his shoulder, he's not quite as true at the base of his forerib and right in his heart, the way his shoulder attaches onto his rib design. But talk about a flat-backed one. Young lady does a great job showing that calf there in second. The black one that comes out next, maybe just as bulky and dimensional when you step in behind the cattle as any of them. That thing is thick and wide. He's opened up when you get on top of him. For us, he's just a little refined in terms of his feature compared to the cattle directly ahead of him. And then more importantly, he gets a little steep there in his shoulder, a little straight off of either ends of his skeleton, but a very, very stout one there to land in third. Black steer coming next is a little bigger outline county cattle. He too has a good shape up high. We just got to moderate him in terms of his size, give him a shot more body and heart there. Red steer coming out next is a bold-bodied one that's got some width and some substance. We got to tone him back there in terms of his angles, lay his shoulder onto him just a shot nicer. Golden white one coming out next, another one that's tremendous there in terms of his rib design. He actually probably just has a little more give to his shoulder and the pliability to his spine. He doesn't come with near the horsepower as the cattle just directly ahead of him. Another tremendous trio. Let's give all those kids a big hand.
All right, another good breakdown.
Another good, dissertation there. We're just breaking down those cattle and accurately describing them. Class winner, Class 5, Lincoln Bent. That's it, In God We Trust. Here we go with Class number 6 coming in the ring. This is Class 2 of our second division.
We got 8 entries, and they are coming at you from exhibitors: Henry McCullum, Hunter Siebel, LaCoy Lulin, Brant Will, Charlotte Flinker, Dylan Manning, Danny Gravel, and Kenley Fukin. Steers ranging from 970 up to about 990. So about a 20-pound spread here for you, Mr. Ernst.
Yeah.
Guess we didn't introduce ourselves today. We got
I figured we were world famous. Everybody knew who we were by now.
Mr. Noel Ernst is alongside myself. I'm Ryan Habiger. We're excited to be back with you guys today.
This young black calf here is excited to be here today, too.
He is a little frisky.
The air is fresh. A young lady, I think she had a calf in here yesterday, too. I think she was wearing a white scarf. She's got
Oh, yeah, that's right.
turquoise
She's been in the
scarf
ring
on
several
today.
times. She
Yeah,
does a nice job. I'm sure she's going to gather herself and get back at it here.
Yep. Another good class here with, you see the young man there in the yellow shirt got his calf stuck in the ring. We're coming in now. Here's looks like the Manning boys
Mr.
got an
Manning?
awful nice peach-colored calf.
He does.
Woofda. We got a big old stout white-legged one here coming in at the end.
Yes, we do. There's some more pipe for you to admire. Yeah, that one's got a booty on it.
Not sure he fits the mold of what they've been doing, but he's got the power. So another good class here. What'd you say? We got, it looks like about 8 of them out there.
Yes. 8 entries. Class 6. And after the next class, again, we'll be picking the division champions. Right in the middle. We're right in the middle of division
Right.
2.
Yeah. Middle class, middle division. Isn't this where you want to be, maybe?
A lot of times.
Just not the Iowa Beefex,
I was
because
gonna
you
say,
know
you
where the
said they
champion
gotta
comes
come from the end.
That's
The
right. Last
end.
class of the day.
Last class of the day. How many times have we seen it? Just come in
2
the
in a
back
row.
door.
2 in a row.
Hammer it.
I don't know. You think we can do 3? It's like the Chiefs. You know, they tried to pull the trilogy, the
I
three-peat.
was so happy they didn't.
Oh,
Noel and I are both fellow Broncos fans, and it's hard to
Yeah.
cheer for one of your divisional rivals.
problem is you didn't marry and live with the Chiefs fans.
I
so
did not do that.
I did.
But you do get to go to some of the games, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
You even
It's got
let
its-
me go with you once. That was pretty neat.
it's got its perks.
Seats aren't too shabby, I'll say that. When they're doing the introductions, and you can feel the heat from the fire that they do out of the entrance. You know you got pretty
You
good
know
seats.
you're close enough to the action. Yeah,
Didn't quite burn my eyebrows off.
fun to be the only guy in the front section that's got the opposing team's
That
colors on.
That is fun. All right, here we go. We got class coming out, class 6 coming across the middle of the ring.
Henry McCollum there in the blue shirts, leading the way with that white switch calf. Yellow shirt there in the middle. That's Mr. Will, Brant Will. It's a stout burly calf as well.
Yeah.
It's smoked in pretty nice.
He's dialed.
Feel bad for that young lady. That calf's definitely not wild. You can just tell he's
Yep.
feeling
just
the
feeling good.
cool air this
Yep.
morning. Feeling a little frisky.
He's just feeling good. You can tell, that they've been working with those calves because she did such a nice job with their ones yesterday. That's what, strike 2, unfortunately. We don't like to see that, but
Look at this young man. He's going to get it. Good job, buddy.
nice when the exhibitors can help each other. They sending
we're
him,
just
sending him home, calling
We're
it-
just going to
Yep,
call it day before something bad happens.
not a bad idea. Take him home to fight another day.
Yeah. Take him back to the trailer and tune him up a little. All right, as these two cattle come down in front of us, we'll see this yellow calf turn the corner here, and he's kind of got the side look that some of these other cattle we've seen today do. What's he look like when he's
Well, he's fighting the halter right
going
now.
right
but
away from you? I wonder. Hey, you know what I like about that calf? It's a colored calf.
No white halter.
We got a black halter on him.
Well, they're in the same greens as you. White halter doesn't look the best on those colored cattle. That steer's awfully smooth and attractive. And again, he's just fighting the halter a little bit. I think when he goes, he walks pretty well.
Right, he appears to read good in his angles and skeletons.
He's not as big ended as the one closest to us here at the
Yeah,
table, but
that's,
he has plenty probably.
That's what you call a salt block hip
Yep.
begin with.
Yeah,
Pin shape and levelness of design is really, really good on
you
it.
guys looking online,
White-legged
the
one?
steer to the very right of your screen is the one we're talking about with the big square hip. It carries it down through his stifle and lower quarter. Nice class. Very, going to be some tight decisions, I would say.
Getting into the heat of the battle here, as we talked about, and you can tell looking around ringside, we're starting to draw a little bigger crowd. I know it's cold outside, but even that,
It's hot in the show.
we're getting filled
baby.
up in here.
Hot, hot.
People starting to draw ringside and watch the action here in the middle division of the Crossbred Steer Show. I don't know. What do you have a favorite in this lineup, or
Not at this point. I think that mating steer's probably a front runner based off of what they've been
based off his color?
doing, and not just his color. just based off how they've been sorting them. But that Will steer was
That's the one I like. I mean,
one
not
that
not
really caught my
predicting.
attention.
Yeah, not predicting, but just again, not being out there. But from what I see, that's the one that strikes me. A little extra show steer look, I guess. Like the bulk and density of the white-legged one back here, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you just want to power them up. You're gonna gravitate towards this steer. with
Not
the
sure
white
what
legs.
his
They're talking about him right
front
now.
front end design is like compared to those cattle stand in front of him. But
Yeah, we're not at the right view for that. I mean, he's adequate there, but a little give and take. What are
get
we
to
gonna
this
do?
level, they're all good. I mean, that's so
Yes, yes.
don't take it wrong that we're thinking this one's no good or this one's got problems. It's just minute differences, minute finite details we talk about.
So we are
And
going
again,
to
we find
initial start with the Manning steer, then we're going with the
butterscotch
white
calf.
legs, then we're going to the Will steer. So it's the ones we talked about, just the differences between them. And just because they're doing initial sort this way doesn't mean they're going to stay there, because we've seen that a couple times. I think the white-legged steer is what he wanted in second.
Well, that is an old rod dryer trick. I mean, I only saw that one back in the old days in Illinois when you pull you about third or fourth and you just slide up to
Slide on
first
up,
or
yeah.
second. That's a
I'm
that's
pretty
not a new
sure. I
trick.
mean, we don't have a replay button on here, but
I think you're right, and I saw it as well. But they'll get it ironed out for the end of the
yeah, I'd
day.
say they're not done anyway. But
As this angle, we see him again. We can see why what they probably saw in that black calf. You know, a little straighter in angle to his shoulder, a little tighter in terms of his forerib. Maybe doesn't open up on the bottom side of his skeleton as those other two cattle on the other side.
he doesn't. But man, he's good looking.
You know. But again, in terms of smoothness and just completeness, I think following the pattern that they've had, that Mean steers
Yep, he
at the
kind of
front of the
falls
lineup.
in the middle of it. Yeah, it's real similar to what we saw in a couple classes ago, where you got your really complete one in first, your really extreme one second, and your stout, little shorter fronted type third.
Yeah. I don't know. You think they're going to go ahead and switch second and third back to the way they originally had it? Or
I don't.
it's a cool trick if it works.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to walk them.
Top three, we're going to move them back out. All right, we'll get to see him come in front of us again here. I'm going to stand up.
Hopefully this yellow calf will perform and act well for this young man, because I think when he wants to go, he will.
Seems like right at this corner is where the cattle want to just freeze up.
This is where they know they come in,
Yeah,
and they know where they went out.
They're not as bad as a hog knowing it, but still they know.
Oh, nothing's as bad as a hog, are they?
They taste good.
That's where they belong on the plate.
We both had our bacon this morning.
That's right.
It's good.
I'm going to get some hate mail from the pig showers.
All right, we're going to see if we can get that man steer just to get out and go. We know he's built good, but he's not cooperating. It's always frustrating. I've been there before.
Oh, yeah, you just want to explode. But the young man's doing a good job keeping his cool and not fighting him any more than he has to. And
they just want to get him.
look at the extreme look up front of this black calf right in front of him.
Yes, that Will steer is right in front of us at the table. He has got the freak of the front, gets wider all the way back through his loin into that hip. We can see that.
It's like that calf came from Joe Hare, according to the tag in his ear.
Big-ended, good body shape.
I think as we just talk about genuine skeleton and stuff, though, you can see that one from the ground up is probably where they're going to criticize him a little bit.
Yeah, and that's kind of the same story on that black and white steer. He's got the base width underneath, but he just doesn't get out and put his feet and legs down quite as comfortably.
Yep.
But when he's standing still, that's a square back power sucker.
I think their real decision here is second and third, and I think they're going to say they sure wish the first place calf would act better, but all things considered, he's where they want to lie. And again, talking about just genuine built livestock.
Yep.
If I was a predicting man.
And it's been kind of fun to hear. You could hear from the associate judge that I can tell they haven't necessarily agreed on every single place today.
Which is good. That's why you have somebody to bounce ideas off of.
That one class where he gave the reasons, I could tell he almost seemed like he liked the third place better than second place. But
yep.
Ultimately, it's Mr. Hoag's call how they ultimately land. All right, now he's cooperating because he's going towards.
It's like going towards the
gates.
hole. I'm gonna get
You
down
guys
there.
can see the Manning steer striding out in
We're
the
gonna
middle
go
of
with
the
our black,
screen.
white-legged calf.
They're going to put him
Second,
back to where they
back to the original way they pulled him.
original way they requested.
So the
There
showmanship skills.
your
or,
camera went back
try
into
to
focus. Now you guys can see
try
that
to
black
sneak
and
one in
white
there.
steer coming in second. And then really extreme will steer.
Is this Hoag's turn to talk? I think
I think it is.
that's good. Us as a class, you'd
See
like
you
to
right
see.
down. Oh, there. Now you guys on the camera have a really nice view of
Yep,
1, 2, 3.
there
You
you
can
go.
see that will steer posing and cocking.
Yep, he's got the look, but I think what we're just gonna talk about is genuine structure.
Here we go. Well, as soon as Jay Bradley's done,
Is he ever done?
no.
Market steer setting, these top three steers, man, Bowden and I can debate and we talk about them. And I feel comfortable representing what to us each of these cattle stand for. But there's different views and different postures and different priorities that you can really focus on. To me, if the young man's calf would lead, the best steer out here for me personally is the gold steer that wins this class. And why I think he's the best one is he's the soundest one. He's the best in his hip. He's the best in his hock design. He's the best in his rear foot and posture. That's a good steer from a profile. And first view, when he pulls back, I get in front of him. I want to open him up through the center and lower portion of his skeleton. And so I thought, okay, this steer in second, he's the wide, fat back, beefy one. So let's try to justify the one in second winning. The problem is when the steer in second gets in motion, he's the roundest in his pattern on both ends. He's the deepest in his chest relative to the rest of his body, and he'll get up underneath himself. Impeccably presented, beautiful shape. I still think this steer gives me more of a silhouette than what I'd like than what I like in the steer in second. Steer in third on the stand. This kid is a big time showman. I mean, he gets his steer stuck absolutely perfect on the stand. On the stand, he's a little dainty in his ankle. Okay, not the foot size, not the foot shape of our first two. When this steer gets in motion, he tends to rope walk a little too much for me off of his rear two, and he'll roll just a shade farther forward. Love his presence, love his pattern on the side. When you get on top of him, I want him to come just a little stronger right out of the backside of his shoulder, open him up through the lower part of his skeleton. Also, if we could, just a shade. Steering fourth, front 2/3, I like. Good headed, good neck, good arm. This steer gets a little up in his tail head. He's a little short in his hip. That correlates to a little more an orthodox posture to his hind leg. Got a stout, strong built one here. When you study him individually, you step and compare him to the top four. He doesn't have the extras of those other cattle. Fundamental build is good. Fundamentally, muscle is pretty solid. Just got to give him more wow factor. Thick, moderate, and chunky are three adjectives that describe the red steer. He's also a little jammed up, just a little off built. Our black steer, big bone, big hair, just a little plain headed, a little rougher in terms of his top line, doesn't have the strength to his skeleton that the cattle that precede him. Interesting class, very, very interesting top three to sort through and navigate through.
There you go. You had it. Interesting and fun to work through and navigate those waters. But again, they ultimately find the sound, smooth made, good structured one that's genuine in his build. All right, here we go. Class 3 of our Division 2, which is Class 7 of the day. Entering the ring right now.
6 head coming at you. Exhibitors are Graceland Illig, Abby Tlack, Luke Knutson, Quentin Holdquist, Evan Huberty, and Kellen Giroux. Any idea?
Probably Giroux, yeah,
Yeah,
Giroux, something like
I apologize again for the names I'm mispronouncing. I feel the pain because my last name is not easy to spell or say for some.
I just had deja vu.
Uh-oh.
Did you see that black and white calf come down the tunnel?
Nope.
That's Abby Tlack. She had a black and white calf
Oh,
marked pretty
that the-
darn similar to that one last year. Ends up winning the whole show. Big, stout
Here we go again.
rascal like that with the same sort of markings. So had a little deja vu there.
He looks a little freaky deaky from this view.
That's a nice looking rig there. Good class again.
You guys can see that calf on the very left of your screen at this time is the one Mr. Ernst is talking about. She's here to defend her
The
title?
vendor championship.
That
Yep.
okay.
Last year, that calf we talked about, he came out of the last class today, obviously. Wins Iowa Beef Expo. And again, went to have a fun summer with him and won Exarban there at the end of the summer. So, and if you look out in the middle of the ring, you probably can't see it at home, but that calf, there's a testimony for Vermeer Baylor there from her dad. That calf's name was Sticks.
Sticks the steer.
Her dad said the best things he had last summer was Sticks the steer, and he's brand new Vermeer Baylor. So
Nice.
they had a fun summer.
Pretty good year.
So just 6 here in this class, but again, throttles up, throttles down, I guess you could say. We got a couple on the top end, really, really nice high caliber show steers, looks like.
Mark Hogue says it's time to walk them out.
Is that our buddy Luke Knutson out there?
It
too?
is. Luke.
Mr. Market Heifer himself.
Luke always does a really nice job with his calves. He's a fun young man to visit with if you get the opportunity.
Yeah, big backed Charlie colored calf.
Yes, he does. That one's very burly, as they say. Right, you guys can see that calf right there on the screen. Very stout and powerful. Another strong lineup. Again, only 6, but good quality. And this class will be the last class in Division 2. We'll get into that championship next. Followed, of course, by Division 3.
White-legged calf, he's motored. He's wanting to go. I know the calf fought last class.
Didn't want to.
We've seen several steers go that direction that don't want to. He's fired up, ready to go and cover some ground. Here's these 2 black steers circling in front of us. Look at the topside shape in this calf here. Young lady in the vest has to round out the class here.
That one's big and wide all the way from
the topside
shoulder blade to the hip there. Yep.
No, big time.
Big hip, shapely.
All right,
So what's that black and white steer up? It's what do you know? Here I am.
Here I am again. There you go. We're assuming that is you can tell by the clip job. Smoked in really good. I think that's probably another calf from Jared Arthur, Lucky Strike. Well, they obviously had good success with that.
You know how to get them looking right.
Steer colored that way last year. She had a pretty nice class winner yesterday.
That steer last year, he's coming into first. That steer last year was what, from California?
Yeah. Don't you remember that was the fair Simon raised him, and then he was actually over there on the other side in the heifer ring, helping Callis do the heifers. So he got to watch the calf he raised win the Iowa Beef Expo. That's
pretty cool
pretty
day.
Cool thing. It'd be fun to hear what Caleb has to say about this baldy steer.
So what are you gonna say about his halter? It's black. That's what you want.
Oh, I love that.
Okay. Just making sure. Got the white
What's
face.
not? I mean, it blends in. It's not obnoxious.
I'm with you. I'm just
anything
checking.
you can do to blend in. I don't like. I just don't like things that stick out. I guess so.
Now, what do you think of his markings? I mean, I know earlier you said that calf's got just the right marking proportions. What about?
Well, this one's solid black on the body, which you like. I mean, he's got a little flare there on his hip, but probably obviously the baldy doesn't hurt anything. The tailhead's kind of funky. I bet that's a challenge to get that thing painted.
Interesting.
Get that to sit in just right. That's probably one where you gotta back away from the chute a little bit and just eyeball it before you start cutting to make sure you don't have an optical illusion there.
Yeah, they got it. They got it looking good. He's an impressive one. Really smooth. I mean, everything transitions
yeah, that's
on that
like
one.
I said,
is what I really
fronted
remember.
and still opens up. He's got the shoulder transition like these guys have been talking about today into his forerib that I think they're looking for. And again, when you put that one in motion, just gliding around the ring and getting around flexibly and comfortably. And Brad Hook's talking more, and Caleb's patiently waiting his turn to describe this Class 7. And this again will be the class right before our champion here in Division 2. So here we go.
Great way to finish out our middleweight division here in this third class. And this black and white calf is just demanding and dominant in terms of his presence and his balance. I absolutely love that thing's freshness to be that good on the front side of his body. And then you get up on top of the cattle, and he's as aggressive and the turn and shape that he has out of his blade as any of them. He's really, really good in terms of his just proportionality, his underlying balance, his flatness of back. And then you study the cattle in motion. He's as stout at the foundation, as attractive in his rear leg as any of them in this particular set. I just think a really, really high quality place to start. The gray steer coming out here in 2, you get on either ends of the cattle. He might just be as bulky and dimensional in terms of sheer width, in terms of body type as any of them, and I like that about him. He's just a punchy, thick kind of steer in that regard, and he's big there in terms of his forearm and his front foot as well. I didn't see him having the rear bone, and then more importantly, he just doesn't have the quality head, the freshness on the front side of his body, the same kind of presence as our class winner. Really like the black steer that comes here in 3rd. Just when you get up on the cattle, that thing is a stout-hipped, big pin one that's good in terms of his stifle. He's actually got just a shot more continuation and look there in terms of his head and neck than the steer directly ahead of him. This guy will want to get a little discombobulated in his top line, a little more vertical there on either ends of his skeleton. Some very, very interesting pieces in the young man's calf here coming out in 4. Love that thing's flatness of back. He's really stout in terms of his upper hip, and that guy is actually probably just a shot better in terms of his mature size for me than the cattle that goes directly ahead of him. He wants to get a little cresty there on the top side of his neck, and then we set the cattle into motion. He's pretty forward there in his shoulder and his knee. Black steer coming out next is a fresh-haired one that's got some extension, some length, just a little more shape than the gray steer that comes out behind him. We got to stouten him in his foundation, moderate him there in his size ever so slightly. Good kind of practical cattle coming out here in the silver steer. Good there in terms of his function, just maybe not the feature or the class is a few ahead of him. Tremendous class winner, nice set of them. Let's give all those kids a big hand.
All right, pretty high on that class winner there.
Yes, for good reason. Didn't have much wrong to say with him. Hey, here's our old friend Roger Dodger.
Yes, he's got
Gonna attend to the ring surface here. Appreciate that.
that's the same job I get at the show in Webster City that we have. Somebody's got to do it.
That's right. Important key piece. Hey, here we go. We're going to have a champion in our Division 2 Crossbred Steers. Fun choice here. It's going to be made momentarily as these cattle enter the ring. Class 5 winner was Lincoln Bent. Our Class 6 winner was Dylan Manning with the other Smoky Steer. And then here with the Lucky Strike tag coming in the ring, Abby Talak, our Class 7 winner, the big black and white burly calf out of the last class we just talked there. So, second places now entering the ring as well.
6 really nice steers coming at you.
I think that's Keston Holmes there, and this second place calf in the lineup. The second one is Kenley Fukin with the black and white legged one. And then again, our buddy Luke Knutson there with the other smoky calf out of our 3rd class here in Division 2.
All right, you guys can see there on the camera.
One of these things is not like the other one, not like the other one.
He's singing.
So, I mean, we're dangerously close to having a Pen of 3 champions in Denver there. Like in those two first and second classes are not only this color, but shape and body
Very
design
similar.
are similar in terms of stature and posture.
Consistency from our judges here today is shown in the division championship.
Sure is. Class 2, 3, and 4 here in our middle division. This again is Division 2. There's 3 divisions today, so this is your middle division. You got a feeling in your heart yet, or?
Well, I'm pretty sure that black and white steer is probably gonna take it, and then after that, I think Manning steer. Could be wrong.
I think it'll depend on how these cattle act. If he wants to cooperate a little better than he did in
Could.
class when we asked him to go.
That steer out of the first class could get him if he doesn't want to stride out, but
I know they sure like the head and front end assembly on the class 1, first place calf. They
he's
talked
cool.
about his youthfulness and
yeah, he's got
just
a
the way-
good natural build.
Yep.
Wonder if he's
Neither-
out of 6. You think he's out of 6?
I don't know. I think those are in God We Trust.
Okay.
I think so. I don't think so, but never
Seems
know.
like a lot of them.
Could be. Well, yeah. Could be. On the paper, I think it says what? Not available, I bet you. Yeah. See, it's higher, but no damn available. Oh, and more celebrity sightings as we See TG2 walking around behind us. Yeah, I agree with you. I think the black and white calf is, take nothing away from the other two. I think he just a little more in all areas, as we just talked about in class, width and punchy.
We assume they're analyzing for the reserve spot, but we do not know that.
Assume nothing.
Nope.
We've proven ourselves wrong many a
Yes, we
times.
have. Won't be the last time. So were you telling yesterday, I think you were saying that the Beef Expo next year might be a special anniversary year?
Well, I need to look that up. Yeah, we're coming up on the, let's see, what would it be? Is it 40th or something? I think it was the late 70s is when it started. And then I don't know when the official, it was officially the Beef Expo the first time. I think they kind of had a gathering a time or two. And then, when the actual first Iowa Beef Expo was, I'm not sure. And then the junior show portion has changed a little bit over the years. That it used to be like the Lock and Bridle Club, I think, sponsored this show. And then in the 80s became part of the Iowa Junior Beef Breeds Association once it was created. So
Cool.
yeah,
Maybe next year we can try to have a little trivia set up. See if,
yeah, you could give some of your moldy money away to all
well,
people that text in with some
doesn't have
proper
to be
answers.
money. We could come up with some decent prizes, I'm sure.
Maybe
I mean, I like having the segments with the shameless plugs.
shameless plugs. Yeah, you love your shameless plugs.
I think getting some official trivia mixed in. We obviously have plenty of story time. Oh, we're gonna rewalk them.
All right, now is where we're going to earn our stripes, and we're going to see how well this calf out of Class 2 wants to perform when called upon. It's kind of like being a basketball stud. When it's game time, the game's on the line, you got to be able to perform, right?
That's right. And Mr. Hogan's analyzing coming at him, going away from him. I like to do that too. When I'm sorting livestock, I like to see him come at all angles. Now he's analyzing the mating steer, coming at him, and going away from him.
Sticks. I wonder if what they named that calf. That's Sticks 2.0, or if that's just Lucky, or what is. I
Well,
wonder if it says on the paper.
definitely not the exact same calf. Both high quality, but
His name is Cross One.
Cross one. Well, that's original. You just got to put something in there. Make it some of these names are like they
Yeah,
just had to put
they're
something on the
just
line.
space fillers. Yeah, so we have Rocco, Steve, and Cross One. Kind of like Rocco for reserve, honestly.
He's really cool in his build. Obviously, the maturity isn't there yet. I would not argue with you at all if you wanted to land on him. His feet point in the right direction. His feet are large. Neck is freaky.
Even
Hip is
though
big.
the little lead straps, not my personal choice.
It's not ideal
I
for
still
you.
prefer the calf.
It's a little dirty though, so it's not quite as noticeable. Of white. Here we go.
With Caleb the last 2 days, and I'll be one that you get in a prospect steer setting, and I like high risk, I like high reward, I like unique things, and so I got to make sure that unique things still have enough feedability and still do that. We can reflect back to Division One. The champion in that division was a safer steer in terms of his four ribbon body design from a feedability standpoint, and then reserve was a wild built looking devil that I like a good deal. We get out here, and this is what's going through my mind. I don't want to be one that talks every class winner in seconds, but the steer that wins our first class, if you want to start at the ground and ask yourself foot size, form, bone, and feature of the three class winners, he's the stoutest. He is rope necked, he is cool looking from a profile, and that steer is wild built. Now, the question is, I keep getting on top of the guy, and I just look at this steer in the eye and say, will you get enough to you in terms of your forelimb as you weigh 1,400 pounds? Because if he does, that one is my speed in terms of look and wild built pieces. I like the steer that wins Class 2 from a profile. I think that steer fits together very well. I think he hits a wide cross section of judges because he's sound, he's good lined, he's good balanced. That steer's not broke to show today, and when he does, he turtles his neck down and he'll close up underneath up front. I think as that steer becomes comfortable with the showman, I think that steer's got beautiful build and balance. The steer that looks like they came to the Iowa Beef Expo to win the middleweight division wins the third class. In terms of maturity of body and build and balance and design, that steer hits me as good as any. Bowden knows my tendencies very well. I want to make sure that steer's foot size and foot shape is big enough and good enough long term. When he comes at me, he'll close up just a shade underneath, but I think that's being picky. So basically, we step back. My compliments to 3 second place cattle. All 3 of those second place cattle are stout and burly. I don't think they have the essence of lines and look that these cattle do. In a very close decision, I agree with Bowden. He's one here that we go back and forth. I think the one that makes the most sense today is the black and white steer. He'll be your champion middle. For reserve, I'm using my wild little freak on a leash down here that wins class 1. That boy's going to be reserve.
Oh, I finally got one right.
You got it. You went with the freak. Definitely complimentary on all those class winners and talked about the positives and the things that are to come with them. But today they like the black and white steer. Understandably so. What do you think? Key could still win then? Or?
After that, it's funny you and me kind of think the same things because as he was breaking those down, and he said right there, I don't like to talk about all my class winners in every division drive, which is fine. I think he felt this situation, the gravity of it, and it warranted some deals. But as he talked to him, boy, that I was thinking the same thing you were. I just popped in my mind what he said about these 3 steers in Division 2, and we have Division 3 to come, but compared to what he said about that key steer yesterday, that's he's in the driver's seat, I'd say. But we have yet to see.
We're not done because the last division and the last class are still in front of us. Right. That means right now we're starting into Division 3. That means Class 8 is coming at us. In Class 8, we got 8 entries, ironically. Read off the exhibitors to you here. Turn the page. We got Sawyer Minor, Tristan Foth, Riley Rogers, Madison Rush, Cole Reynolds, Harbor Loniken, Oakley Kolb, and Chloe Rogers. So here we go.
Holy buckets.
Here we go.
Thought we had something in the last class. Man, look at these dudes coming in one after another.
Yes.
Look at this. Orange calf there coming in on your screen. That is a burly dude.
That's a creature with a big end and a tidy front. I don't know if Hode's going to throw the rope necked at that one. Or I don't know if he's rope necked, but
I don't know what it is. He's long fronted. Yeah. And what he said about the last calf, I think, as he analyzes them, good foot and bone under that one maybe, but I think, just foot size at the ground is the first thing that pops up to me at that one.
Yep. Could be a question mark.
Maybe splays out just a nickel up front, but woofta, that's a big body.
Yeah, it's hard to find animals, no matter what you're talking about, like that are that impressive from behind and through the center, and then they carry up through a tidy front.
No. I mean, there's 6 of them in this class here that.
Yep, I bet you we get a rewalk on this group. What do you think?
Looking around ringside, we have some quote-unquote steer jocks and professional clippers kind of hugging the ring, so I think we're ratcheting up the competition a little bit.
Getting there.
Bronco face calf there.
That Bronco's cool.
Third, you guys can see him. He's third from the right on your screen. We kind of have more of a side profile
kind of a
shot
three-quarter angle, and he's definitely got the look, the cool markings,
sweet face.
Kind of one that hits you with that fat steer projection.
The Lonigan girl. I believe that calf. My sight doesn't fail me. Looks like it's a Wade Rogers tag in his ear.
Family that's always in contention, it seems like. He did a great job. All right, here we go. It's time to spin them out.
Walk 'em. Sawyer Minor here is going to lead the charge. I believe he had a class winner yesterday in one of those tougher divisions, of maybe the mains or
I believe you're correct.
Red calf coming around next.
There we go. We got that. Man, it's really nice having these multiple camera views for you guys. It's great coverage.
Look at that calf.
That third steer kind of getting out and going nicely, isn't he? The big feet and legs. That one's aggressive down his top, as they would have said about some of the other cattle.
Yeah. Not the, craziest we've seen, but boy, I mean, he puts it all together.
Yeah, real
Not a-
complete package.
Yeah, enough width, enough look, enough everything.
That black and white steer.
That dude's sharp.
One's cool. He's attractive.
This one will be fun. I think when we get our top 3 over against the wall over there, I
Yep,
think it's
I
going
think
to be
we
fun to break those down and
have a hunch
analyze
on
it.
which 3 those are, and then it'll be interesting as they break those down
Yep.
against each other.
The young man there, even in the maroon shirt, he's got one that's awful beefy. Looks like he could kind of follow those initial 3 pretty close.
So we're assuming it's going to be the 2 Rogers calves and the
And the
Flanagan.
Goldilocks.
Is that what we're going with?
That's what I'm going with.
Lock them in. Are we going to have a next year? We need a
Lock it
button
in,
to
yeah.
lock. Yeah, that was the other segment that we have had a few times where we lock them in.
Well, as I was laying in bed last night wondering what was coming, what kind of steers we'd see, I'm certainly not disappointed. This has been a really good crossbred steer show yet so far here this morning. I know we still got a couple classes, but
No disappointment.
no disappointment.
I remember last year when we couple classes that just the heat was
The heat.
was in the ring and things were ratcheted up. And here's one of those classes again where you're just gonna see some.
See, you're so focused on this crossbred steer show. I bet you didn't even notice that across the ring, they're getting ready to pick the grand champion in the business breed.
Well, it's hard to miss with that many out there. Obviously, a popular breed in today's breeding heifer.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Looks like about 11 or 12 classes over there in the Angus heifer division. They're getting ready to pick their champion. So
That's a ring full of cattle over there.
yeah, be interesting to see what Chad and Timmy have to tell us after the show's over.
Yes.
What they saw there in not only the Angus division but on the heifer side. I talked to them guys just a little bit yesterday after we were done, and they were still working hard later into the night. I know they were pretty excited about what they saw. Hey, yeah, just shameless plugs and shout outs. They got just like we were talking, they kind of asked me what we saw yesterday. I told them about the Keenian drive and how tough it was. And they said they had an awesome Keenian heifer show yesterday as well, and one that just won that one. They thought was as good a
She gonna be in the
critters they thought they'd seen in a while. And that so I looked her up on the Pulse last night. Just happens to be one that's raised or bred by our old buddy Troy Kane.
Oh wow.
So yeah, congratulations
Good
to him
job,
and
Troy.
that crew. And hopefully, she gets some love here later on this afternoon and they get to the top 5. So all right, we're doing our initial sort here. Looks like
So the
Riley's
3 that we assumed or wondered are at the top.
whoa. There we go.
She's got him.
So Riley Rogers initially at the start of this lineup. Miss Lonigan right behind her, and then Chloe Rogers right behind her with her Charlotte colored calf. Cole's behind her. So again, kind of initially what we thought. See how
There's some nice ones all the way down. That 4th place steer, I mean, if that 4th place steer was in a different class.
Yeah. Well, he's kind of that carbon copy that we've seen. There's the black white legged calf. There was that other one earlier in Division 1 that's super wide, chunky, and square, and just again, they don't have maybe the extension. Then when we ask them to go, just a nickel rigid compared to some of these other ones. But that's kind of where they tend to find themselves throughout the day. Second, third, fourth.
The steer that's currently at the front of the line, he's just got like that nice youthful look
fresh
to
and
him.
cool.
Just looks like a true prospect. The black and white steer has a little bit more maturity, but man, he's a cool looking dude as well.
I mean, yeah, it's hard to find something you really would have to change about that one, the black calf at the moment, I guess. I'm kind of paying attention on one side of my eye, and then the other side keeps
Business
creeping to the other
breeds,
side over there.
They're breaking
Seeing who's
down.
going to win this Angus heifer show.
All right, here we go. We got our
Look at the front end on that dude. There's like no chest. Everything blends. They keep talking about how well they like them to wedge into their shoulder and blend in their forehead. That all fits together really, really well on that calf.
Yes, it does. Yeah, his proportions are good, as they say. Sure fun to watch those three go in front of us here. Really impressive.
I think the black cow are maybe just a little safer choices. If he talks
I
about,
think so,
where he-
especially with those priorities that
yeah,
were discussed earlier, starting at the ground up. Looks like they're getting closer to finding that champion over on the other side, the business breed. Right here on the steer side, our two judges are conversing about these top three steers, finalizing their thoughts together.
yeah. Between this decision on the steer side and the heifers, the whole audience is silent right now. You can
Yes,
hear a
it's
pin drop
quiet
in
in
here.
here. A lot of folks observing, checking
On
it out.
high alert.
Yeah, this is what it's all about. A lot of time has been put into these animals.
And leave them right as we had them, looks like. All right, as we get them in here and peeking over the Angus side, looks like the judge is coming in.
Caleb's going to give us the thoughts.
Over here on our steer side, things just got real good. And the last thing Hogue just said to me was, "Welcome to the Iowa Beef Expo." And if this class, and particularly these three, don't get your blood pumping, I don't know if you're playing in the right sport here, because we're running at an extremely high level, and these three are elite kind of cattle. The calf that wins this particular class, Hogue uses this all the time. He is the beauty and he is the beast. That thing is wild looking from the side. He is as chiseled in terms of his neck and his chest and his freshness, and then opens up. So bold in his sternum, big in terms of his arm and his front foot. That thing is tremendous when you get behind him and study the cattle. That thing is elite in terms of his presence. I absolutely like that thing a great deal. You know, the steer that comes here in second, the Bronco calf, Hogue described him best. He is an athlete. If that one doesn't hit you and scream fat steer, I don't know what will, because his proportionality, that one's just silhouette, and the way that he brings and drops his hind leg out of his hip is absolutely incredible. I think that calf's body type is absolutely tremendous. If you actually study him right out of the backside of his blade, he might actually just be a shot bloomier, a shot bigger right there in terms of his back shape than the steer that precedes him. For me and Hogue, as we talk about him, he's not near as unique down through the base of his chest, maybe just doesn't have quite the extreme punch and hip and stifle that the steer that wins this particular class does. But talk about one that's incredible in terms of his proportionality, great in terms of his feet and legs. These first two cattle, I commend show steer breeders and what they've done over the years. They're extremely good-footed cattle, and it wasn't so long ago where that was a hot problem. And this day and age, I see that to be absolutely tremendous. Not quite the look, not quite the punch there in terms of center stifle as the calf that precedes them, but an absolute unit to be there in second. The kind of gold calf here that ends up in third, man, that is a wild looking creature. That thing is as chiseled in terms of his jawline. He is tucked up in his chest, maybe as extreme in terms of his muscle shape as any of them in this particular class. He throws his neck high out of the top side of his shoulder. He is tremendous in terms of his dimensional view from a 3/4 angle. Man, that thing is awesome from about his mid body up. We just got to see more foundation, more rear foot, but that's getting awful critical on a very, very good kind of cattle. The black steer that comes out next, man, I was walking down the line. I don't know if there's one as extreme in terms of just width of hip and stifle in this particular class than the young man has here in 4. He is bulky, he is thick, and he is wide. It comes at a little cost there through the base of his chest and down through his lower shoulder, but a very, very stout kind of cattle. He doesn't come with the same kind of balance here from the side as the 3 that precede him, but still a high quality calf the young man has got out here today. The young man coming out next in the blue shirt has got a thick, wide, chunky one that's really, really stout and moderate there in terms of his kind. Just a little mature on the front side of his body, just a little quick there in terms of his look. Black and white steer coming out next has got a great shape, really, really good in that regard. We got to change him there in terms of his build. Same goes for the young lady's black steer coming out next. One that's got some back and just some stifle in him. He's just a little raw there in his underline compared to the cattle there directly in front of him. Got to change him in the way he goes off his rear leg. The red steer coming out next is tremendous there in terms of his length and his body. Just got to stouten him up, give him a shot more class. Let's put our hands together for those kids. That was a tremendous class.
Tremendous class, he
Tremendous
says.
class.
I think they really like those 2 up on the top end.
Yeah, I guess so. I think we could tell that right away. They fell in love with that class winner. They read that second steer same way I did. He looks like a fat steer deluxe.
Yep. Good pair, good trio there, and again, just a nice pair of calves. So congratulations to Riley Rogers and Harbor Lawn again. First and second in Class 8. That was our first class here in Division 3. So now class number 9 entering the ring. This is our second class of our 3rd division.
I did get a text message on that last class. So for those of you at home that were curious, what are those steers weighing around? The ones that just came out of that last class, that class range from 1,020 pounds up to 1,050. Just give you an idea at home what they're weighing. The next class ranges from 1,050 up to almost 1,100. So that's what we're looking at here in Division 3.
This is, you see a class like that, and then you just kind of wonder what's coming, and they just keep coming.
Just keep rolling
coming.
them in Division 3 here. This is salty.
Salty class here.
8 entries coming at you.
Looks like we might have a 2, 4, 6. I think we had a scratch, so I think the first one is
7 of
maybe
them?
a scratch. Yep. Looks like
Yep.
the first one in the ring there was Miss Madeline
Wrong.
Lautner,
Okay.
followed by Carson Dugan, Parker Shallow, Chloe Rogers, Kiana Kingsinger, Katie Miller, and Riker Drill there. So 7 head here in our Class 9, Division 3, Class 2.
Again, they're ranging from around 10 and a half to 1,100.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Stout cattle. Following this salty class, we'll have class 10, and then there'll be time to, which is a smaller class.
10 is the last class.
That's the last class. You never know. It's a good place to be, and then we'll roll into championship of Division 3. Nobody has suggested anyone to interview outside the judges.
Another good class here. Just again, you can see those first 3 or 4 calves, that extra look and that show steer design, and then just all the power and punch you'd expect to see here in our 3rd division.
Very impressive cattle. What's that white-legged steer? Who's that? Is that Sean?
Dugan.
Dugan.
Second one. Yep.
Don't have a sire.
Carson Dugan.
I did get a message on that first steer, Madeline Lautner, bred by Lay Farms.
Nice. Out in Nebraska. I think he was sold by Nelson England and the MLC crew. Sharp-fronted, really eye-catching steer. When he came down the ramp, he's the one that really grabbed your attention and is like, hey, I know you liked those 2 in the last class, but this class here is going to be just as good. So
he's going to lead things off on the camera for you folks. There he goes. We got that white mark steer behind him.
Mr. Parker coming into your focus there.
You got the Shala calf.
Another stout calf from Chloe Rogers. She just had the big gold calf there
It's a
in the previous class.
heck of a line of 4 calves that come.
I know that's
Woo!
and that's these
Highly
nothing to
presented,
take away
highly
from these other
cared
3 kids
for.
coming around the corner, but man, those
First
first 4
four.
in the ring are going to make a guy earn his money.
Yeah, they've already got them next to each other. Yowza.
I mean, that's probably there's obviously differences, but those are probably similar in terms of type and kind and uniformity and frame and muscle shape. So it's going to be interesting where these guys put their priorities and how they shake them down.
Yes.
But Spaldy calf at the end, he's got some look and stuff too. I think he's just not quite as extended up front.
Yep, not quite as
Not
extreme
quite
as those
as
first 4. I mean, that's no
soft.
slouch, but he just in one of those Iowa Beef Expo classes where you're gonna be in the bottom half. Young man's doing a nice job though. You guys can see him panned out on the wide view on your phones or computers or whatever, iPads, televisions. A lot of options
Smart
these
device.
days.
Smart device, they call them.
Today's world, you can. Like I said yesterday, I thought it was cool when I figured out how to pull up and watch your showdown on YouTube on my TV in my living room. That was pretty fun.
There you go.
It's easier than driving down to Southern Iowa. I just stayed up in my territory up in
Yeah,
Northern
but you
Iowa.
didn't get to absorb any of the great weather we have down in God's country.
Yeah.
And the atmosphere we have there in Sheraton, Iowa. It's
You guys do a
pretty
great
fun
job.
event.
You can tell your guys' showdown has a good vibe and kind of has a lot of fun to it.
We
and
have the best
atmosphere.
showdown, didn't you?
Is it the best one?
Well, sure it is.
Well, that's good.
No, that's in jest. It's being involved in my showdown, South Central Iowa showdown, and then also some involvement on the All Iowa showdown. It's appreciate what everybody does. It's a thankless job, and it takes a whole bunch of people doing a whole bunch of thankless jobs and just putting their time and efforts into having great events for the kids statewide. And certainly appreciate what everybody does because what those events that we put together again, just like we talked about yesterday in the market heifer division, what Iowa set the standard for several years in the market heifer division. People in other states around the country now seeing what we did and built in our showdown system and trying to emulate that and copy it because it's an awesome way to get kids involved and give them another opportunity to show their livestock. Another thing it's done is obviously revitalized the livestock shows at the county fair level and some of the counties around the state for one reason or another we're maybe struggling with numbers or entries, and it's certainly helped bring county fairs back to relevance.
Yes,
So
it's an awesome event. Appreciate everybody that helps.
Yep.
Get those done.
Too many people to mention statewide in that thing, but the 2 guys that really stick out, that really got things rolling and put their heart and soul into it for the kids, Dewey Lloyd and Rob and Mary Beach. Appreciate all they've done over the years. So
yes, thank you guys. Thanks to everybody that supports it.
Yeah, can't do it. Just like this great event here, you can't do it without support on a local level and on a statewide level. So
thanks to you. Speaking of that, I got to go up to Minnesota the other day and take some pictures of some livestock due to my donation.
Oh, your donation. Excellent.
You volunteered me for a donation lot there, so I was happy to help
I'm not even sure. Did I ask permission or did I just throw you in
I think you just kind of put it up. We maybe had to negotiate the terms on how many head and stuff, but yeah.
Hey, by the way, you're going to go take some pictures.
By the way, you're volunteered for this. I'm happy to do it. We got our initial sort on this.
Tough class here again.
Where's those first this is the sort, maybe.
I think it is, yeah.
We got her done. Here we go.
As we get into this class, once again, top 3 steers blend that athleticism with look and quality. The black and white booted up steer down here has got the bone and feature. Just a tremendous class. And in my opinion, we're not playing in the JV fresh soft. We're varsity. And you look at this steer that wins this class through his head, his front arm, and his curvature up front. That guy means business out here. That is one big, burly, stout powerful market cattle at the Iowa Beef Expo to win this class. I think 2 and 3, you study at the ground. And in my opinion, the young lady in second, this is a real fresh, attractive, good fronted steer. He's got more feature and foundation than what our steer does in third. Challenge is try to compare him to our class winner, and there's just a different level of intent of density, a different level in terms of spread and mass. But that is a high quality, beautiful steer on the stand. When he gets in motion, he'll be just a nickel rounder. But I tell you, that's a nice steer on the stand. I told Bowden, this is a real good bodied calf. I like his moderation. I like when you study him as an individual. He's really good in terms of his rib. Got a nice spread. The problem is the carpet doesn't match the drapes at the ground in terms of foot and foundation relative to all that chub and puff up high. I want to make him just a little more genuine. Reads a little quicker in his maturity through his head. A real good mid-sized calf, in my opinion. The black and white one that comes next on the stand, you love his bone and feet. Get him in motion. And this guy will come just a little off in his shoulder design, come up in his back, and just not be as comfortable. Good black and white steer coming next. Not the extras in terms of feature and bone, but still has the value in rib design, has the value in terms of red meat yield. Steers that close, this red calf's a little sounder, just a little nicer built than what our black and white calf is. Both these steers need just a little more density of skeleton with a little more essence of quality from a profile. Tremendous class here in your heavyweight division.
All right, another deep class.
Yeah, good class there. 3 on the top end they liked really well, but that one that they found, he talked about being, not JV. He's definitely varsity league cap. So congratulations to Parker Shala, winning Class 2 in Division 3. And here comes my favorite class of the day. It's the last one. A lot riding on this decision throughout the day. Can he meaning the calf, not the exhibitor. I'm not sure who that'll be yet, but can this calf defend the title?
Well, there's a nice one right in front of us right there. Powerful
Exhibitor.
Here I Am steer second.
Yep.
So we got 3 entries. They are coming at you from Bella Johnson has a 1,100-pound steer. Jaron Funk second there with 1,135-pound steer. And Quentin Holquist, 1,165. So your heaviest beef expo crossbred, 1,165.
Didn't even get a 1,200 pounder this
Not
year.
quite.
Well, I think traditional livestock judging, we have 4 to line up quickly. I think we only have 3 here, but I think it's going to be fairly straightforward.
I think we're going to lock in the second calf. One in the middle of the
Lock it in. Does this say something? This is the first time I've sat down today.
Hey, you're just so excited.
I've been locked in. I'm telling you, I was so excited about this Crossbred steer
sleep
show.
last night.
Couldn't sleep and stand on the edge of the ring here.
I slept good, and I did not even bring my CPAP machine. I left it at home.
There you go. I definitely appreciate the accommodations that they give us, but not to complain at all. My bed was just a little bit stiff, a little hard.
I didn't mind my bed. I wish the pillows had just a little more fluff.
Yes, you got to put 2 together.
Yeah, you got to do 2 together. Most motels go 2. But we did have good accommodations. We were both able to get together a little bit yesterday with our families and take the kids swimming.
A little pool time.
It's a good time. We got out of here in a timely manner thanks to our efficient show staff and judges. So we had some family time. That was fun. We're excited to get back here today. So you going 2-1-3 or 2-3-1?
2-1-3.
2.
Well, if you're at the judges on the left to right, so there you go. Yeah,
yep.
2
From left to right. Yeah, okay. Yep.
So I think we both got 50.
Yeah. Well, now you got to give reasons. And here come the reasons.
The steer side, and I think a calf that wins this particular class that'll fit nicely into our lineup. That thing is big in terms of his shape. He's dimensional when you get on either end of him. Still has a quality look. Nice kind of steer to win this particular class. The calf that comes out here in second is just a really, really nice, safe feeding kind of steer. Tremendous in terms of his mid body. Really good there in terms of his rear leg. Just not the same kind of substance or uniqueness as our class winner there. Young lady brings us one that's long and extended. Still good in terms of his body type and his midrib there. Maybe just like to square him up on the backside of his hip, make him a little more athletic as he goes. But a nice kind of feeding project for the young lady. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
All right. There you go. Congratulations to Jaron Funk. He is our class winner in Class 10. Again, that was the third and final class of crossbred steers here today. Big stout calf. They said that
Said he'll
they
fit the
thought
group
was
nicely.
yeah, and they thought he
No
was an
doubt
easy
about
winner
that.
as well. So we're gonna bring these steers back down the ramp here.
See Mr. Frazier coming on that one. No stranger to the
No stranger to the
cattle
cattle
show.
business
Been
or the
around
Iowa
since I
Beef
was a young
Expo.
man. Time for Division 3 champion. We saw a lot of heat in this division. What do you think?
Well, just look at this calf here as he comes down the ramp and hits the ring, demanding attention. I remember, is that the word that they used? Or was that maybe a different calf?
This one they said was the Beauty and the Beast.
Beauty and the
I believe,
Beast.
if I recall. They probably said a lot of things, so it would all hold true. Very, very solid, complete individual. Who knows? Maybe my key's in trouble now. I don't know.
Well, it's never a foregone conclusion. Like we talked about yesterday, we be interesting to see how he overnighted and how he fills up and looks today in terms of freshness. But you never ever can count out the champion crossbred from the Iowa Beef Expo.
You cannot.
So this is not even the champion crossbred yet. We're just here in Division 3 with these powerhouses. Again, coming across your screen there in the middle. Class 8 winner was Riley Rogers. Class 2 winner was Parker Shallow. And again, there out of our Class 3, which was Class 10, was Jaron Funk.
And to kind of help you guys at home, it's hard to judge the size of these cattle on your computer screen or phone. These cattle range from just over 1,000 pounds up to 11.5 or so in this division. 1135 is your heaviest in the front row.
Come there in the back row. Our second place is Harbor Lonigan, Chloe Rogers, and Quentin Holtquist.
A lot of quality out here, but I'm thinking, what are we gonna stay with that pair out of the first class?
I don't
keep
know.
them together. You think Shaw's gonna get in the way?
I think that Shaw boy's gonna fight hard to get in this pair.
Oh, I know he's gonna fight hard.
Yeah, I think Class 1, I think, is just, again, just reading body language and the way they talked about cattle. I think he's a tough one. I'm afraid my Class 3 winner's out of the race, but that's a nice calf.
That is a nice calf. That thing is wide all the way through.
And you
calf
analyze
is balanced.
him. Yeah, he's just as smooth
He is
and
big backed.
Yeah.
I just look at his, from where we're sitting, we can see that third steer, how he stands square and wide and true. Not as high-headed or high
the neck and the neck set at the top of his shoulders, not quite as elite and whatnot, but definitely high quality steer. Big fluffy ears.
class. The first class or Class 8 winner, definitely just the most youthful through his head, neck, shoulder. The Shala calf, hard to deny the power and substance he has. He has that fat steer look as well. Just like they talked about with that second place in Class 8 steer, that fat steer appearance.
And I would say roughly 100-pound spread here between these cattle. But I mean, Class 2 and 3 look just a little woofier than our Class 1. But Class 1 puts it all together so smoothly and completely. That
he does. Yeah, again, just a little more youthful in his appearance, but not a bad thing.
No, fresh. And you can just see, again, at this angle, this is chest floor and the natural squareness on the bottom side of his skeleton. It's pretty impeccable. Yeah, I'm interested to see here. I guess I'm putting my money on that horse. Where they kind of fall for reserve, I think, is interesting for me. and if we'll walk them or if we're going to just kind of roll with the punches here.
Our two judges are conversing with that. Mark and Caleb talking it over.
Got a little extra time here. We got the heifer judges talking to class on the other side, so it gives our steer guys a little more time to converse.
You guys
Cuss
at
and
home have
discuss,
a
as you
nice,
say.
yeah, cuss and discuss. You guys at home have a good view there, especially those first two class winners now. Got them parked right where they want
Yep.
them. Third class winner is taking a stroll.
You can see just the width, the structure of that third placement as he came right towards your camera there.
He's a beast. Wouldn't be hard to feed that one, I don't think. But just
No.
kind of keep coasting him. It looks like an easy doer.
Good doing, calf.
And a heck of a division. Obviously not huge numbers once again, as we talked about before, but no disappointment on the quality and the depth of the quality.
Yeah, no slouches, no easy passes. I think it's just going to be tough to get around the freshness and the smoothness of that Riley Rogers calf there out of the first class.
He is smooth from end to end, very attractive. Mark,
Hey, we are going to walk him.
we would like to see those first three. Go again. Here they come. You guys can see on camera. We got them taking a stroll. That first class steer is a Here I Am. The second steer we do not know. Third steer, Here I Am.
Okay, let's bring the seconds around here now. Watch these dudes travel around the ring. Yeah, again, this cool Bronco face calf, like you alluded to earlier, isn't going to be fun to see him back here in August. And
Yes, he's just got that fat steer. They talked about it as well. Just looks like one that's gonna make a heck of a fat steer.
Yeah.
He's very smooth and correct.
it's
Maybe
so
not
good.
just
Yeah,
as extreme, but
yeah, but just smooth, correct, and so good on his feet and legs. One that they did in class called him an athlete.
yes, he can get out and motor. Looks like his underline is just naturally good. Those white markings kind of set him off. Yeah, they're looking at him pretty hard. So, he's probably in contention with
Well, just judging,
the way things are going to shape.
just judging their body language and what their tendencies were as they watched him walk. They really eyeballed the Parker Shaw's calf and then Harbor Lonigan's calf there in the second out of the first class. So if you're going to read tendencies and try to outguess people, that's where we think the closest decision may be. Looks like they're getting ready to pick their champion one, champion division one across the ring here in the commercial heifer show. So they're not too far behind us.
And here we go on the steer side.
I like Bowden. Bowden said it so well. Here's the problem. I asked our show staff, do we get to pull 3 crosses or 5 crosses out of a particular division or a breed to move on to the top 5? Because obviously there are 6 steers out here that are function at a high end. There's 3 of them in particular that I guess suit us very, very well out here. And Bowden's like, well, just talk to the people. They'll understand. I said, Bowden, have you ever tried to talk to a disgruntled show dad after they get left out of a division? It never goes well. So anyway, I come to you as an evaluator and a passionate show dad. This is what I see out here on the stand. This young lady's steer that wins the first class. That thing defies balance. It defines proportionality and genuine width. I love his front view. You get him in motion. I think he's very, very comfortable. I don't think he's a Kenyan marathon runner, but I think he's very comfortable. He's right in his angles. He's big in his foundation. And that thing right there is photogenic as can be. We look at our second place winner, and his slope to his shoulder, the curvature to his knee, and the size of his front foot is intimidatingly bad to the bone. I absolutely love it. That is incredible. This guy in motion, I love the front 2/3 of his body. Now, what's interesting for me is he's got a beautiful presence. When you stand over there and take a picture, that guy's got a cocky arrogance about him. If I study the shape to the crest of his neck relative to his stifle, I'd change that just a shade, but I don't know how you make one that flexible spined and that up fronted and that big armed and big chested. That's a good steer haired. That's a good steer slick. Young man wins the third class. Hey, this is a good basic market cattle in the state of Iowa. He will have a great, great summer. Challenge is those two class winners are pretty intimidating. What gets this division a little difficult is the Brockle. And Bowden talked this class, and I think the Brockle steer is a pure athlete. I think this guy in motion is my favorite of the three steers we talk about. The problem is when you get in behind him, is there just enough spread? He's got plenty, but he's got two absolute gorillas out here that he's trying to vie against. I love that steer's look up front. I think he's fresh. I think he's athletic. The question is there enough to him? We look at the second place. This girl in the green sweater, she showed a gold one that was a bad cat. This one comes in the ring, and I mean, he is a player out here in terms of his look on the stand. His quality of lines and balance is impeccable. Maybe in motion, not as comfortable, but a major player out here. Second place out of Class 3. Good calf, in my opinion. Not maybe quite the extras, but the basic utility is set in him well. So with that stated, these are what we're thinking. There are three steers in this lineup. Somebody's going to be left out, and for that I apologize, but we have to make the decisions at this level, and they have to be comfortable for what fits us. So let's put our hands together. I'll shake the hand of the champion. We'll take one more look for reserve division.
Well, there you go. No surprise. Riley Rogers wins. I think, as we alluded to earlier, we're going to get a little cussing discussing here and pick our reserve.
Yep, it's going to get tight for reserve. They obviously are high on all those.
Yeah, fun to hear Mark talk about that. You could tell his blood got pumping.
Yeah,
He got
you can tell
excited.
he was into that one.
That's the juiciest I've seen him yet here this weekend. A lot of adjectives, a lot of adverbs thrown around there. Some very creative expletives, I guess you could say, try and describe this group of Division 3 crossbred steers.
Very fun to listen to, very accurate description. Now, I'm just trying to learn. At one point on the shallow steer, he was talking about the or he was comparing the top of the crest of his neck to his stifle.
Yeah, I think in regards, I think
just to his profile.
I think he was saying for as bulky as he is in his neck, he'd like to see maybe shot more and stuff. I don't know exactly how that. Like I said, sometimes we talk so much.
And that's going to be the reserve. He sure obviously admired a lot of things about him.
The next gorilla, as he said in that lineup. Yep. So, and again, Harbor Lawn again, congratulations. You had a great calf here at the Iowa Beef Expo. Tough division. Good luck to you here the rest of the summer and at the Iowa State Fair. But our Division 3 champion steer shown by Riley Rogers when reserved to Parker Shalla. And now we get into the mean potatoes of the crossbred division itself. Divisions 1, 2, and 3 coming back to vie for our champion crossbred steer.
It's going to be exciting. Obviously, the way that division shook out and the way they talked them, and that division's going to be tough. But we know Division 1 and 2 were also very, very good.
So maybe, obviously, our last class of the day. Three-peat has been dethroned. Yeah, let's flip it in Division 3. Division 3 is going for a three-peat.
There you go.
How's that sound?
Sounds likely.
Now, the only hiccup in that, I'll have to do my recon. The first year we did that, was there maybe 4 divisions?
Yeah, I think
if our last class of the day might have came out of Division 4.
I think you're right.
But
regardless,
last division of the day. How about that? Last division of the day is still in play. So we're taking a moment. We got them re-racked here. Here comes the gold calf out of our first division. Really cool looking dude. Smooth coming down the deal. Genuine. Yeah, I remember you guys would say, yep, genuine. He came out of Class 4. That was Kinley Holmes with her In God We Trust steer.
Yes.
Division II there, black and white calf shown by Abby Tlack.
The defending champion.
Yep, defending her crown here. And then Miss Riley Rogers just re-entered the ring with her champion in Division III.
She also had the champion key yesterday, correct?
That was her sister.
That was her sister.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 217, Carly Axmere here with the red shirt coming in the ring. She was reserved with that, quote unquote freaky steer that they loved out of Division I. The next freak on a leash, as they coined him, was the gold calf coming in the ring here. That one is exhibited by Lincoln Bent out of Division II. And then we just saw Parker Shallow with the gorilla, one of the two gorillas. So you can see the neck crest there as he walks by us. So, and that calf was reserved by Division III. So, tremendous lineup here. Fun to see these cattle hit the ring again. Fun to see how they're going to break them down. Boy, just interesting. And again, just good cattle. Expected to see this. Happy to see it.
That's what kept you up all night.
It did. I, probably have a personal favorite, but I'm not going out on a limb because I think there's a lot of good cattle here, and you could probably honestly justify any one of these three.
Well, you sure could. Obviously, different sizes and maturity, different stages already in the game, but a lot of quality.
I remembered at this point about last year, there was a calf over there in the second place lineup. You remember the calf that was so huge top, so square hipped, and just powerful?
Yep, that one was unique. He was really square
He's
back.
a creature.
And here we go.
Caleb's going to get right to it.
Way to finish up our crossbred steer division here today as we get all these division winners and reserves back out here. I think top to bottom, this show has been absolutely impeccable. And I want to encourage you guys that showed today and maybe didn't make it back out here for this particular drive. If you were third in a tough class or maybe got left out of division, it was close. Hey, the best motivation I've ever had has been getting beat. Go home, work hard, and a lot of things can happen between now and the 1st of August. So with that being said, I'm not going to go back through and retalk all of these classes, divisions in particular. I thought we started out extremely strong with the gold steer and that kind of skinny good built one there on the far side. We got into the middles, and that was a pair of really, really good ones. And then we get to the heavies, man, and those things are absolutely hanging on the rim. Incredible set of cattle, really good division. They're going to be in our champion in reserve. Congratulations to those two young people.
All right, so we knew that last division was going to be hard to get around, and they stuck with them.
You betcha. So, champion Riley Rogers in reserve to Parker Shallow.
Sure be fun again to see all those calves again in about that 6-month mark and see how some of those lighter calves develop. I know the judges acknowledge that some of those cattle that didn't win have a high ceiling and
that's
future.
a tremendous amount of quality in those kind of cattle, and a lot of them we'd love to have any of them home. I kind of had a soft spot in my heart for that Division 1 winner, that gold calf.
And I'd like to take that reserve Division 1 winner.
Oh yeah, I do know you would. So, all right, we're going to take a quick break here. Stay tuned. We're going to try to round up some judges and see if we can get some comments from them, get some analyzation from them before we get ready to pick our champion. But here in about a half hour, we'll be back at it. They're getting ready to wind down on the heifer side. Looks like they have about 4 classes left, I think, maybe. And then once that's done,
online with us and keep the volume up because we're gonna.
Once the heifers are done, they will take a half-hour break, and then we will be back in action. And the steer drive is first. Grand Champion steer drive, 1/2 hour after the champion commercial heifers picked. All right,
see you in a bit.
Everything we've ever done comes back to this. Here, we don't just make equipment. Our people make hay and raise cattle too. The needs of hay producers and ranchers change over time, but our standards will never waver. Because it's not just business, it's personal. And now, our lineup is even stronger.
All right, for those of you still listening, we do have the judges near our station, our two market animal judges, and we're going to do a quick little interview with them. So,
Absolutely. We're talking to some locals here, so when they work our way, we will get them fired up and get them some questions.
just pick their brains a little bit and get a little more information before we watch them select that ultimate top 5.
Pretty excited to see this top 5.
Yes, I am too. It's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out. I know you were asking questions yesterday about the market effort and such things. I guess we'll find out.
Absolutely. Looks like we're getting to the bigger, heavier, taller classes over there in the commercial heifer side,
Yep.
so closer and closer to conclusion of the heifer show, which means closer and closer to selection of our grand champion market animal.
Yeah, say it.
Could be the heifer,
Just
right?
said market heifer. It's market animal here in
Again,
Iowa.
we I think maybe only 2 times. If anybody out there knows for sure how many times the heifer has ever beat all the steers, go ahead and let us know. Reach out if you or your family or crew has ever been part of such an event. So I know it did happen at least once. I'm pretty sure twice. So we'll see if anybody can prove me right or wrong.
And as you guys can see on the screen, the plan is Grand Drive on our market side is going to be 30 minutes after the heifers conclude. And I'm not sure how many classes are left over there, but
I don't know. We're getting
I think that might be it because I don't see anybody
there's
over in the
not
alley.
much
Yeah,
left
I
in
don't
the
see
holding
anything.
area.
So that might be the last class right there. So you can start your timers for about 30 minutes soon.
Sooner than later.
What do you think of that red and white heifer over there?
You know me and my red and white. When
Yeah.
she come down the ring, kind of Hereford appearing, but boy,
She's-
look at that from the rear view.
Yeah, that one caught my eye from
Stout and
the table over
it's
here.
kind of we like to take home and raise some club calves.
As a individual who's not that tall, I like being on this little stage we
Gives a
got
little
here.
extra
I can
elevation.
see everything. It's great.
For sure.
This time again, we should acknowledge all the sponsors and all the people behind the scenes that make this happen. We have enjoyed our time this weekend being with you guys. Appreciate the opportunity. I don't know how many years we've been doing this now. It's starting to become a
little bit of old hat
little
type
bit of
deal.
a
But yeah,
regular thing.
been a good run. Definitely very enjoyable and appreciate the opportunity. I know Jenny Studer and Kim Lewis, they do a great job with the IJBBA. Appreciate them having us back here this year. Appreciate all they do for the kids year round, but especially here this weekend to have such a great kickoff event for our show season and get the point system started for the year. So, all right, looks like we have some judges maybe making their way just a little closer
They're
to us.
coming our direction.
We
They're
will
thinking about it. Oh, hold on. They're
get 'em
pointing
kinda-
at us and they're looking the other way.
Oh, loud and come on now. They're trying to poach our judges.
The heifer guys are trying to steal the.
All right, here we go. Okay, we got one mic for you guys to kind of share.
Okay, we've got the judges with us. All right, appreciate you guys spending a few minutes with us here. We're just going to pick your brains just a little bit. You know, Noel and I have sure enjoyed watching all the classes and listening to your guys' analysis. You've been going back and forth, taking turns on the reasons. It's been fun to watch the consistency that you guys have had. I guess we're just going to pick your brains a little bit. Can you
Well,
talk?
let's just start real quick. Let's give us real quick background for those of you listening at home. Maybe you don't know whatever. Just give us a quick little background of who you are, where you're from, and what you do when you're not evaluating livestock shows.
Okay, well, my name is Mark Hogue, and what I'm not doing when I'm not evaluating livestock shows is I'm a full-time parent. I love my wife, and we have 3 children. Carter is our oldest. He's a sophomore at Blackhawk. Nolan Hogue is 16. He's a junior at Macomb High School, and Nora Grace Hogue's in 4th grade. She's a 9-year-old. And so active show family, show sheep and goats. We run about 50 sows at home and show pigs and then show a lot of cattle. Show a lot of breeding heifers. Have worked with the core crew for a long time. From that standpoint, my full-time occupation is at Western Illinois University, a professor of animal science and agriculture. Teach 3 to 4 classes a semester, coach the judging team, advise the Hoof and Horn Club, manage the swine unit and the sheep unit at WIU. So that's pretty much what I do. I don't have any hobbies outside of livestock, and so if you wanted to talk about anything but livestock, the conversation would be pretty brief because I don't spend much time when I'm not around livestock.
So you said a little bit about NASCAR yesterday. You referenced NASCAR, but you don't sit around on Sundays and just watch
No,
the race.
no. I tell you what, I would love. I love college football, but obviously, when you coach a livestock judging team, Saturdays in the fall are consumed with that. And I try to work with people. I get a lot of questions from people that aren't in the livestock sector, and so what I've found is if you use analogies that people that aren't from a farm or aren't from a livestock show background, if you use analogies they can understand,
Sure.
then it resonates with them. And so obviously, this is a sport. I don't care if it's AAU basketball, travel volleyball. This is an elite sport that those that are competitive and passionate about it, we put all of our resources as a family towards it, and that's what a lot of families choose to do is show livestock. So I try to make those analogies to people that aren't from a farm background.
Sure, absolutely. Well, you do a great job of it. Caleb, tell us a little bit about yourself and where you're from.
No doubt. My name is Caleb Bowden. I am from Clearbrook, Virginia, and I moved to Macomb about 4 years ago and graduated from there in undergrad. And then Mark kind of convinced me to stick around and help him with the judging team, and that has been tremendous. We stay on the road. I've enjoyed that a ton. We got a great group of kids right now. Back home, my two brothers got one older, one younger. We own and operate CB Livestock. Got about 60 sows, 60, 75 sows. Sometimes just, if my parents don't have an exact number, then we're a little better off just kind of keeping what we want, if you
Sure.
will. And then we'll have a calf sale there in the fall. Started that there a couple years ago. So
Awesome. Cool. Well, I'm glad you're here. Appreciate having you here this year. Ryan, you got a question?
All right. Oh, I got lots of questions. Okay, so we've really enjoyed, like I said, watching you guys and the consistency, all the way through, and appreciate your analysis. And you gave everybody their due diligence, all those good things. But one of my biggest things, yesterday we worked through all those breeds. You guys obviously saw a lot of quality, talked highly of those. Then we got into these crossbreds. Don't have to say much about that. The excitement level was really high. So, can you kind of just compare going through those breeds and market efforts yesterday and then to today's crossbreds?
Well, the first thing I would love to tell people, and I think it's important when you go to a jackpot, I don't care if it's jackpot pigs, prospect sheep, goats, or cattle, you got to believe in your own project. And when you take your livestock to the ring, they're going to be evaluated capably by someone with a microphone, a necktie, or a pantsuit. And you as a family have to believe in your projects. And the challenges that I have with a show of this caliber and magnitude, many years ago, I went to Iowa State, got my master's degree at Iowa State, met my wife in Ames, and so I was very familiar with the Iowa State Fair, the Iowa Beef Expo over the years. And I think it's just staggering that this is closed to just the state of Iowa, and not only the numbers, but also the intense quality. It's admirable. I've always admired the state of Iowa, how they show livestock and how they present them. And so I want to make sure that people know that if you weren't granted reserve, that doesn't mean that you go home and stop rinsing, stop washing, and stop feeding on your project and not give up. I think Caleb said it best today. If you did not do as well as you thought you should, there's no better motivation than to say, hey, I'm going to work hard, I'm going to grind it out, and I'm going to do the right things, I'm going to make the right decisions. And come August in Des Moines, Iowa, we're going to make sure that I do better than what I did at the Iowa Beef Expo. And I think that's important to keep in mind as we go through that. I'm excited as we reflect on breeds. I hope people didn't think that we went too fast yesterday. I've had a busy couple weeks of judging at Fort Worth Steers and San Angelo Bears, and Bowden and I were down there just this last week. Drove down, judged at San Angelo, and there was, I don't know, 13, 14, maybe 1,500 barrows. I don't remember. But you get in that mindset and that hey, decisions have to be made efficiently. They have to be made quickly. And what I thought yesterday was every one of those breeds, the upper end, I'm pumped. It's going to be wild what they come out and look like. But I thought things fell together very, very comfortably, very logically, and I hope Bowden weighs in. But what we described, when it's close, we took our time. If it wasn't close for us, in our opinion, and it's just our opinion, then we went ahead and proceeded on. So I'll let Bowden kind of weigh in what he thought about yesterday.
Yeah, no, I thought an incredible show, and one of the first things I told Mark when we were kind of finishing up towards the backside of yesterday was I have to give the state of Iowa such a huge compliment because the just just the consistency of the cattle and the quality of the cattle on the upper end, and then what I told him was I don't know if you can go across the Midwest and find more extremely highly presented cattle, crossbreeds through the crossbreds, market heifers, the whole 9 yards, than the state of Iowa. And that means a lot to me, and it's just really, really fun to work through.
Yeah, that's awesome. Appreciate you guys noticing that. I know there's bigger prospects, Indiana in the fall of Hoosier, that's huge number wise, but obviously I'm proud of Iowa. But pound for pound, the first place winner to the calf, that there were several times you guys made comments about the calf that happened around out the class and how good they still were and how tight the margins are. So
I learned a long time ago, you have to keep in mind, I came to the state of Iowa in the mid 90s. And that's been a long time ago. And all I heard about the state of Iowa was, oh, it's a pig state. It's a pig state. After working with Scott Greiner one fall with the livestock judging team, I quickly realized that, hey, this state was inundated with tremendous sheep producers at that time and tremendous cattlemen. And so what I did over my years at Iowa State, I judged far more county fair cattle shows than I did pig shows. And it wasn't by choice, it was just by invitation. And what amazed me is I never saw, of all my years judging in the state of Iowa, a skinny, poorly fed fat steer. I mean, these boys take the number 2 yellow dent shell corn and they get after it. And they are market cattle at the county level was tremendous. I think in the state of Iowa to start the showdowns and those types of events and regionals and culminating with an all Iowa event, that just crescendos the interest to purchase a project and try to win your county, try to win your showdown to get to the all Iowa, and then it'll culminate at this state fair that's so prestigious in the state of Iowa. Whether you show livestock or whether you're just a citizen in the region, the number of people that attend the Iowa State Fair is staggering to me.
absolutely. Kind of to build off that a little bit in terms of our uniqueness, you don't have to talk about any individual cattle, but we're pretty proud here in Iowa of our market heifer show, and we've kind of led the trend in that in the last 20 years. Talk about what you guys saw yesterday when you went through that division.
And I'll go first. Oftentimes when people tell me, hey, I got a good market heifer, that scares me because I don't want a round, bad-built free Martin, that we're going to try to peddle as a market heifer. And so I was accustomed and used to the market heifer, being in Iowa. They sell the Grand and Reserve over the years, and I think that's tremendous. What I would say in the market heifer division is they're basically mini donor cows, and that's how we kind of looked at it, is that, hey, if these things don't hit the food chain at the Iowa State Fair being Grand and Reserve, they will have an impact on the bottom side of club cap pedigrees in the future that's good. And I'll be honest with you, I thought our champion market heifer yesterday, our job as a judge is to try to navigate through variation in showmanship and variation in presentation to get fundamentally the best creatures. Well, that heifer looked like she'd had a little rain rod on her neck, and her hair texture wasn't the best. But then you get fundamentally into her, that was an incredible beast of genuine horsepower. And you go through the youngest divisions or the lightest weight cattle to the heaviest weight cattle. I thought they sorted very, very well. I think they'll fit in with our steers tremendously well in the final drive. I'd be curious to know what Caleb thought.
No, I thought, especially in the market heifer division, and I would consider Iowa maybe kind of the home of the market heifer, the origination there. And it was impressive. We started with those two littles, and even our second division, heck, our reserve lightweight there, I thought, didn't show great for the young man, but that was a very, very interesting animal. All of those division winners, and it'll just be fun to see and watch. Hey, I've heard of some guys flushing these deals before they send them to Des Moines there and kind of just kind of put them back in the food chain, if you will. But how many of those females will be impactful in our industry on the show steer side?
Awesome.
Thank you guys so much. As an Iowan, I love to hear the perspective that you guys are giving us and the compliments of our state, and I agree with all of that. I think to touch back on something Mark talked about if somebody thought you guys judged too fast, I don't think anyone out there would even think that. You guys gave everyone their chance. You like you said, you slowed down when you needed to. Our numbers this year are unfortunately not as high as they have been in the past. Probably some weather related stuff, but obviously you guys, I'm sure, agree the quality cattle made their way to town.
Well, here's the thing that you got to keep in mind. If anybody at home, and this is the perseverance of a livestock show family, oftentimes if there's, maybe a threat of snow or ice or something, we're quick to cancel a high school basketball game, or reschedule a high school event. I tell you what, livestock people don't cancel. If the show is on, we will be there. And in my opinion, maybe numbers are down just a little bit, but I have a struggle to believe that if these folks didn't think they had a class winner, they're loading. They're going to brave the storm. Now, when I went outside this morning to pack the car and come here, I was really glad that I was not a show dad today. I was a judge because it is brutal cold. But I think that shows. You go down the line and see those tents and see the camps and the people showing together and the heaters rolling. Man, showing cattle, it takes a different breed, and we're passionate. We're not crazy. We're committed, and we're very, very passionate about what we do. And so, we as judges, obviously, both grew up showing and still show today. We try to take our decisions very seriously because we know the effort and the amount of time and energy and money that goes into just getting those cattle to hit the ring today, and everything it took. So, Bowden, what would be your inputs on this?
Oh, like we talked to Brad last night. Hey, the weather is definitely a factor in terms of some folks not being able to make it, and that's disappointing, absolutely. But if you're like Hogue said, you're committed to it, and everybody at the upper end is very, very competitive. You come and you try to win, and those folks are here, and they're here playing serious ball.
Absolutely. So, as we're touching on the environment, I know you've said you've been here several times, Mark, and you've done the big one here in August, obviously in our Coliseum. But we've had a change here in the last couple years at our Beef Expo. Describe what you feel in this environment and this stage compared to places you go, and what you like or don't like
Well,
about this area.
I'm big, and I still feel that I have a lot of value to offer to students at Western getting in the van and being a livestock judging team coach because I think history is important. And when I heard, hey, Iowa Beef Expo Junior Shows moving to a different building and venue, man, I was pretty quick to pump the brakes because as a judge, if you get to go into that historic Coliseum,
Nostalgia.
you've reached the pinnacle. And so all of a sudden, we were coming to this kind of horse barn. I wasn't sure how it was all going to shake out. And it took me about two classes to figure out that from the holding area, there's so much room. And then to come into this arena, and obviously Vermeer was a key sponsor to make this happen. And so we appreciate Vermeer's support of our youth and support of the exhibitors in Iowa because this ring is tremendous. And I think it's exhibitor friendly, I think it's judge friendly, and I think it's cattle friendly. And so whoever decided to make this move, it was pure genius.
Absolutely. It's worked out great. I was with you. I was a little hesitant last year when we made the move, but it's been tremendous this year. So
Absolutely.
cool. Anything else, Ryan?
I think that's all we got. We appreciate you guys spending a
Yep.
few minutes.
I just
with us
got
here.
one more question. So obviously you chose Caden, and we appreciate bringing a good guy with you. Is it interesting? You guys are both tall guys. Is it fun to work with a guy that's on your level in terms of elevation? Evaluate livestock.
I don't know about height. We joke a lot about what we're wearing and fashion and things of that nature. And I think Caleb, he's one of those young men that was high individual at Kansas City, high individual at Louisville, and I would say over my past 20 years, I've been very fortunate to work with some young people that are major players within a species. Caleb has the ability in a multi-species setting to really have an impact, not only in the show ring, but breeding and selling and helping exhibitors and sheep and goats, cattle and pigs. And so I think it's a really good opportunity. I enjoy bringing students along or past students to work with them. I love our alumni, and I'm really proud to see our alumni doing well in the livestock industry.
Yeah, awesome. Hey, I'm not going to lie. Part of me wanted to see you bring your dad with you, watch him work in. He's ultimately, one of my idols, and he trained me in my journey through Blackhawk there. But appreciate you bringing Caleb. He's done an awesome job. It's been fun to watch you guys both work. Appreciate what you did. We're looking forward to the grand drive here in a little bit.
Thank you, guys.
Great job. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. That was great. Appreciate it. Bart, good. How you been?
All right, folks, we're still on here. It was awesome to get to spend that time. The judges gave us some really good perspectives, I thought there. It was
Yes,
fun to
absolutely.
listen to them.
Fun to
Very
hear
well
their
spoken,
feedback.
obviously.
Got another special guest for you here, guys. Just joining us here on the booth. Bart Eller just walked up. We've grabbed him quick. He's with the Vermeer Corporation, and sir, appreciate what him and his crew have done here as we keep talking about through the weekend, making this event happen over here in the Jacobson Center. So, Bart, you got the stage here. Tell us what led to this change and what all it takes to make it happen for these kids.
Yeah, the Iowa Beef Expo had reached out and wanted to know if Vermeer could do more, and certainly this is where a lot of those grassroots come from for the core family and my family and just a lot of people that involved with Vermeer. So, a lot of our key customers, you see these. It's awesome to come in and see these quotes
Yeah,
here.
these testimonials are
I love the
sweet.
And
quotes.
from some pretty prominent producers
Absolutely.
here in the state that are using Vermeer products. So it's really cool just to be able to give back and certainly Vermeer is really an innovative company, right? And just being able to, as we grow our product line, there's some new products that are staged here in the arena today. The Pro Baler, and it's really kind of changing the way people feed cattle. And that product dumped into that mixer over there just makes a great ration. So it's really cool to be able to be involved here. Certainly showed here a long time, right?
Sure.
And even as a kid, and then certainly my family showing here, and what an awesome facility this is.
Absolutely.
Yes.
It's comfortable, it's quiet, it's warm. It's like brutal outside,
Yes,
right?
exactly. So what we keep talking about is whether you're showing or exhibiting here, or you're just coming to watch and just take it in. It's just an awesome
And we
environment.
talked about it yesterday, and Mark mentioned too how much more room there is in the check-in area. We all remember how packed we would get waiting to go into the next class in the old arena.
Yeah, it just it's incredible. So yeah, I've fortunately wasn't here yesterday, but I was actually here last Saturday. I got to help officiate the judging contest
Oh,
and
nice.
give back there too as well, and listen to Senior College Reasons, and just blown away at the talent of some of these young people and
Yep.
the job that these coaches are doing with these kids, and yeah, their ability to evaluate cattle is incredible. So again, this is yeah really cool. So even what y'all are doing here with the live stream is just really
Yeah,
added. I remember last year getting home and being able to watch was
right.
super cool.
No, it's amazing what technology does. I remember the first year they asked us to do it. I was like, oh yeah, that'll be kind of fun, but I didn't really realize the scope that it might have. I thought, oh, maybe a few people watch it, but the amount of people that called and text after, like, hey, that's awesome, you did that. Appreciate those guys offering that service. So it's nice to be able to know that you can get some people that maybe couldn't get to town or whatever. So yeah, it's been fun. Hey, I do appreciate you everything you do here to make this event happen. Glad you're here, and even like on a family note, I know Kylie's been on our side this weekend in the ring and helping kids. So appreciate all she did, and appreciate all you and your family have done for everybody here in the state of Iowa. So
Yeah,
thank you very
yeah.
much.
Thanks a lot. We sure appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you. And stay with us, folks. We won't be too much longer. We'll have a little more material for you as our break continues.
everything we've ever done comes back to this. Here, we don't just make equipment. Our people make hay and raise cattle too. The needs of hay producers and ranchers change over time, but our standards will never waver. Because it's not just business, it's personal. And now, our lineup is even stronger.
All right, everybody at home, hopefully you're logged back in or paying attention because the time has
It's
come.
game time. Grand Drive getting ready to come in here. We're obviously going to show our market steers first, as we told you earlier.
Yes, we're excited.
We've got them lined up and getting ready to come. Our judges just entered the ring. Again, Dr. Mark Hogue, Mr. Caleb Bowden. We just had a good interview with them, so hopefully if you didn't listen to that, rewind it back here in a little bit and
Yeah, turn
listen.
that back. There was
They
some
had
good,
some
good perspectives
good
and insights.
comments, good commentary there. All right, here we go. Coming in the ring, as you can see in your screen, that is Miss Addison Bruggeman. She had the Grand Champion Simmental steer. Right behind her, Andrew Mathiasen with that black, baldy, white-legged calf. He was reserve champion Simmental steer yesterday. Then we jumped right into the Shorthorn division. That champion Shorthorn steer is exhibited by Olivia Vonishin. Reserve in your picture now, exhibited by Reese Rave. Our next division was the Shorthorn Plus, or appendix, as Ryan keeps alluding to. Our champion there was exhibited by Emma Wason with that dark red cherry calf. One just a little lighter tone right behind her. Big stout one exhibited by Henley Holdgriffer. There comes our cute little Good Burger next. No, his name's not Good Burger. I know that. That's Rocky. McKenna Hovden with Rocky and Mason Cabla with our two mini Hereford champions. Then we turned up the heat, come to our main Andrew division. There you go on your screen is Claire Shanks with the champion. Coming out of that same class for reserve in the main Andrew division, that big heavy class was Stella Amthauer. Single entry in our limousines that they did not show back up today. So we're going to jump to the Herefords. Champion was Colton Davison. Reserve was Emma Davison. Next breed is hammer time, Ryan. Here came the key. Shay Rogers exhibited the champion key steer coming into the ring there in focus for you. Reserve here, the young lady in the red shirt in front of me, Carly Kinsel. Then we move to the Charlets. Champion Charlet, as he comes into focus here, Jack Ireland. Reserve out of our first class was Tyler Conover. Following them was our Good Times, the business breed. Champion Angus steer exhibited by Hadley Brown. Reserve, Callie Jensen. Then we moved into our stiff competition in the market effort division. Here's that Brockle face heifer coming in the ring. That one, again, was exhibited by Scout Lock. And reserve grand in the market heifers. What was that? 150. Yeah, that was Mr. Brock Bowman. Then we're back into the crossbreds. Again, there, Riley Rogers with their champion crossbred out of that third division. Parker Shala followed her up, division 3 there in the crossbred show. So awesome lineup here in our steer show. Is there
fun to watch them all come in and
cycling through?
Reflect back on what we saw yesterday. What do you think? How did some of them steers from yesterday? How'd they overnight for you?
Well, here's the deal, Ryan. I was reading my paper where you were looking at the cattle.
Yep, I get it. Well,
so you tell me how are we looking?
I think they're looking pretty
cattle
fresh.
Over there on the south side getting a little sunshine on them. That looks pretty cool.
I think everybody did a good job managing them. They look just as fresh as they did yesterday. Most of them.
Yeah, the main steer and the key steer, they definitely look good. That Charlotte steer looks fresh and full. Market effort probably looks maybe even a bit fresher today than she did. She looks probably good by the end of the drive yesterday.
Reserve market effort was looking the part as well going out there.
Yep. Excellent lineup. So now we've kind of taken over both sides of the ring, so we really have a lot of ring to work with here.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Man, I tell you what, though, that key steer, he would have held his own in the crossbreds, wouldn't he?
He would have. That steer's been spot on since yesterday and looks great again today. He would have been fun to see how he did, but now we're going to find out.
I guess we'll know shortly.
He's definitely in the mix as well as several others out here.
Yep, for sure. maybe a few less breed representators than we had last year.
I think, yeah, we did miss a few breeds that
Maybe some
obviously are listed on the sheet we didn't
belted
have.
Galloways, Slayers.
Yep,
Some of
and
those I know we've seen before that
there
we.
was one I think he said must have bolted home
Yeah,
early.
the
Yeah,
jump
was
start,
it
the
Lemmy?
limousine, he took
Threw the
off on
towel
us.
in. Fair enough.
Figured he'd gotten the goodie out of his show and didn't want to fight the cold today. There at the front of the lineup, you know, the Simmental, that's no slouch either. He's definitely one that's got the look.
No,
and
he
shows
started a
steering could be in
good
the mix.
tone yesterday morning when we kicked things off with the power that he has. Let's see, help me out now. So as we work from the front to the rear.
Yep.
On the black ones. So
Simmental.
Yep. Then the next black one is.
That's your main. That's
That's
Claire
the
Shanks
main,
with the
okay.
main.
And then the next one.
Yep.
is
Shay
the
Rogers is the key. And then the next black one's the Angus.
Good times. Okay, thank you for the refresher. So the Amthauer, that was what? Reserve
main. Yep.
Okay.
Those were, if you remember back, those were both in that very last class of mains. As a real tough division. The old Shorthorn Plus, big burly dude right out there in the mix too. It's gonna be a fun lineup. Very fun to, interesting to listen to these guys break them down, and I guess we'll see how much they do break them down individually. But sure, gonna be fun to hear their comments about the Grand Drive here.
Yeah, really excited to see. I'm sure they're excited as well to, I'm sure in their minds they have a few ideas before they brought them out, but you never know until you actually bring them out against each other, obviously. Getting some text messages from some folks making their predictions and guesses.
There you go.
We kind of have ours too, but I'm sure,
So not to put the cart in front of the horse by any means here, but just in terms of sibling rivalries, I don't know. You probably never had to show head to head with your brother. He was worried about getting the beans cultivated and everything else instead of getting the cafe for the county fair, probably. But
yep,
I had a few head to head showdowns with my sister. It was mostly probably on the county fair level as well. But when you get to this sort of level and the competition, got a pair of sisters out here.
Yeah.
One wins the keys, one wins the crossbreds. What do you suppose the truck ride home will be like, depending on how the outcome goes?
Well, I'm sure one's going to be happier than the other, but they're both going to be happy.
Oh, absolutely.
They're both going to be towards the top here. So.
And they both happen to be parked right down here on the east end of the arena, kind of right in front of us, so we get to be able to compare and contrast those a little bit more. I mean, they're fairly similar in terms of their type and kind. Maybe the crossbred's just a little bigger and farther along right today, but man, the front end on that key calf and just the look and design that he has.
I don't know. Just comparatively to me, the key maybe has just a notch more in a couple places, but I know. Here we go.
This is something when I got the call to serve as your market cattle judge the last 2 days. I was really looking forward to it and really excited about it. And Caleb and I, over the last 2 days, have shared our comments with you about the cattle, and I've tried to interject some of the special things that that are about Iowa. Obviously, my wife is. I met her at Iowa State, spent some time in grad school in Ames, and then have stayed very close to the state of Iowa. Over the years, and now in Western Illinois. Basically, we're 50 minutes from my in-laws in Fort Madison, and so just very, very much value and respect the state of Iowa and how you show livestock. To the junior beef breeds, Iowa beef breeds that selected myself to judge, I sure appreciate it. Obviously, I mentioned yesterday at the close of the day, this kind of a show and this kind of event, you get used to things. We had a venue change, but then when you keep in mind, Brad Hook as the MC, that is a passionate cattleman that's a firm believer in not only the cattle industry, but also the youth in the state of Iowa. And so you get that going, and you get all of our commentators online that are passionate and sharing comments with people at home. There's a lot to be thankful for. There's a lot to really value. We consider how cold it is outside, and I'll be honest with you, nothing's better than going to a show, with the exception of maybe going home from a show. We love to go, but we love to get on the road as best we can. And so I don't have any profound words words of wisdom other than I really appreciate you dressing the cattle and presenting them as you have to us. I asked Caleb to judge with me, and obviously a very, very talented young man that I think multi-species, worked with some great, great young people over the last 20 plus years at Western Illinois University. And this young man's got a bright future in multi-species. And I think he and I have felt very, very comfortable with what we've done. If you don't like how it shook out today, it's okay. Blame me, not him, because it was my ultimate decision when it really gets down to it. And so really appreciate time with him. And so one last comment that I would tell you, and I mentioned a couple times, the Vermeer banners. With the venue changed to come to this building looks expensive to rent. When we moved to this building from the Coliseum, I mentioned in a Crossbred steer drive, as a cattle evaluator, if you ever get a chance to grab the microphone in the Iowa State Fair Coliseum, you have arrived at a pinnacle within that particular species and spectrum that we all strive to do. When we came to this venue, I'm like, well, I don't know if it'll have the same feel. I will tell you, from an exhibitor, a judge, and a cattle fitter perspective, this venue is perfect. And the challenge is it would be very, very difficult to do this without the sponsorship that we've had, that you folks have gathered through Vermeer and other platinum sponsors as you look around the banners. So I encourage the exhibitors and their families, when you leave here, not only clap. It's easy to clap, even when you don't want to, but we need to go ahead and shake hands and say thank you to those that put on this event. When you get home, probably a couple letters and thank you letters to the sponsors of the Iowa Beef Expo, because everybody wants to feel appreciated. You as an exhibitor want to feel appreciated. We as judges, I'll be honest with you, we want to feel appreciated just a little bit. And I know some will be disgruntled, but big picture, we have to say thank you when it's time. And so I would encourage you to do that, not only to the board of directors for the Iowa Beef Expo, but also the major sponsors. So with that stated, let's put our hands together. Been a tremendous market cattle show. I'm not going to talk them, but we will have 5 impressive creatures.
All right, you're leaning key. I'm leaning crossbred.
All right. You're probably going to get her.
Champion steer, the 2025 Iowa Beef Expo, Riley Rogers, crossbred division winner. Reserving that division, entering the ring now is Mr. Parkashella. And as Mark Hogue alluded to in his crossbred drives, he sure would like to bring more of those crossbred steers back to his champion drive. So interesting to see how this one fits in with the breed champions. He's a massive dude.
He's a big, stout, burly one.
Yeah, you just walk a calf like that down the ramp. This is a big ring, and out there in the middle of this huge ring, he's still just captivating, demanding in terms of his balance and look and just substance. Wow, it's a calf.
They're definitely considering that key, though. He's getting a look. Talking about it.
Oh, shoulder shrug.
We're almost close enough to hear him, but not quite.
I think for you and me both, probably those are the 2, second and third.
Yes.
Key and crossbred, whichever way they go. Then I think they probably even feel like maybe the choices get a little tougher or closer from there on out.
Still talking about it.
You want to back away from him a little bit? Another little quick comment from Caleb here, maybe? I certainly do appreciate the comments that Mark had there in his grand drive.
Yes.
Kept it short and sweet, but hit the high notes. And again, thanks to everybody that makes this weekend possible, the IJBBA, all the advisors, and everybody that puts their time and hard work and money at stake here for the kids.
2 days out here with Dr. Hogan. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. I appreciate the Iowa Beef Expo for allowing me to be here with him and come out here and evaluate the stock and work with your kids. I appreciate everybody that was out here in the ring. The ring help was just absolutely tremendous. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank my family back home. They do a lot for me and allow me to reside in the Midwest, and I love what I get to do working with the youth there at Western, and I really, really appreciate that and all that they do. With that being said, this show has been absolutely incredible, and I thank you guys once again. We'll go ahead and finish up this top 5. Let's give all these kids one more big round of applause.
All right, here we go.
Fake out? Nope. Crossbred.
Cross.
Parker Shalla, reserve champion. All right, now we're back to our breed steers. We got the crossbreds out. Mark says, go ahead and grab him.
Yep,
Get
yep.
that key steer.
Get him, and I'm sure the reserve key's probably not too far from the gate. All right, here comes that reserve key.
Yep, Charlie Kensel. One of those cams they talked about, a little more exotic in terms of his look.
That he is.
Say, him and the mane are definitely right there together. The market heifer and the Charlet steer have a nice look to them. I'd say here's probably one of their probably closer choices, maybe you'd think, in this particular top 5.
We're going back.
Key, baby. They loved his look.
Yep. So cross, key. Now, is the main going to find a way in or no?
Manangelo. Claire Shanks. Congratulations to the Shanks family. Champion Maine makes 5th overall. All right.
Now we know.
Now we know.
That was fun. That was a lot of quality out there.
A lot of quality. Tremendous steer show from front to back. Class 1 all the way yesterday morning, all the way through today. Again, we talked about a couple times. Quantity of numbers may be down just a little bit. I think got the officials' numbers there a little bit ago with 700 some head, down a little bit from our 800 or 900 usual suspects. But man, we did not let up on the quality at all, did we?
No disappointing in the quality at all. So, like Noel said earlier, if you get a chance to flip back and find the spot where we interviewed the judges and visited with him a little, and man, they sure had a lot of good things to say about our state and the level that we show them out here in Iowa.
Yep, it was fun to talk to those guys, and they're both obviously well-qualified judges and very eloquent speakers, and just a great conversation we got to have with those guys and kind of talk about some things. We didn't even break the cattle down that much. We just talked about the show in general, and again, touched on some things we do here in Iowa that they were surely impressed with. So, hey, good news, kids. Heifers are coming up, but you don't have to go anywhere because we have full access now to the heifer show as well. So you can just stay right on here and watch your heifer show and listen to us run our gums a little bit more.
Yeah, stay with us. It's more fun than the other side of the room.
That's right. What do they say? Beauty before wisdom or something like that?
Something like that.
Whole camp and Timmy Loudon might have a slight advantage on us in years of participation at the Iowa Beef Expo, but
they're not old. They just have more experience.
Yeah, more experienced.
They've been around a long time and got to watch you and I kind of grow up.
Yep. I think I can't speak for you, but I'm going to go out on a limb. I know as I was growing up, I showed under both those guys more than once at some shows. I'm sure you did too. So
yes, I remember showing under Chad for sure. I don't know with Tim if I did or not, but probably.
I remember back in the 90s, I had a pair of Angus heifers one year, and that was really before Angus were popular to the level they are today. They were, just the Angus heifer did not always make the top 5. In fact, very rarely did she. But I remember that year I had got blessed to have a pair of nice Angus heifers. And anyway, Tim Loudon judged one of the 18 shows that I went to that year. And he said on the microphone, you know, I've never used an Angus heifer to win a show before, but we're going to do it today.
Nice.
So, got lucky.
All right, getting these heifers lined up. Jay Bradley's perusing through the
rounding up the troops.
Sure, we got them organized.
So here, we're kind of going into this blind. This will be fun.
Yeah, this will be we'll have a unique perspective as it'll be fresh to us.
Yeah.
So stay here.
So 3 lines of 7. That means 21 head of cattle coming in the ring here, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, man.
Gonna get a good chance to get an opportunity to see these. So we don't know what's coming. We don't know what's going to look like. We might not even know what breed it is. We might be playing in the dark a little bit. But from what I've heard from our cohorts and contemporaries across the street yesterday, they said it was a very strong heifer show. I think, you know, their numbers are a little bit heavier on the heifer side than we had on the steer side, but I'm definite the quality will be just as good.
I'm sure it will be. We did get to kind of catch a little bit of that Angus show, but we didn't get to break it down. But man, there was a lot of nice looking.
It was a ring full of heifers. It was, wasn't it? I guess apologize a little bit. I don't have the background or the bios on our heifer judges. I think what I do know is they tell me they're brothers.
Look like brothers, don't they?
They do. If I remember correctly, when we were getting started yesterday with Scimitals, were they showing Charolais heifers over there? That'd be the first breed to hit the ring, you think?
I think it is. I see the white halter strap to prove it. And
hey, all right.
All right, so the Charolais are coming first.
Hey, Brock Studer leading that off. Congratulations to him. That's obviously Jenny Studer's son there. And again, thanks to Jenny Studer and Kim Lewis for all they do for the Iowa Junior beef breeds.
Yes, thank you very much.
Nice Charolais heifer to start that drive.
Percentage Charolais next.
Just one of those? Yeah, when I wasn't very many years ago.
He said the reserve is not here.
Oh. A few years ago, that was as good a class as any.
Champion Key heifer. She's sharp looking.
That one, again, was bred by our buddy Troy Kane. That thing's sharp.
Yeah.
Hello.
Cool.
Hello.
Flat shoulder, big belly, square hip. There comes the reserve key. Young man's got in front of us. Key Angus. Hit the gate. Key Angus.
Prep for the Junior Nationals.
Got one of them pink tags, your turn. Hereford down.
Champion Horn Hereford. I believe that might be a heifer from Tyler Krebs, if I heard properly. There's a sharp fronted Hereford.
Yeah. Wow.
Big, stout, pulled Hereford heifer there. Extra body and rib.
Cowie looking barrel there.
Yeah. It's kind of you need to breed to MAB, right?
Well, it'd be fun to try it.
Get some Southern Hereford steers.
Limflex. Coming in the gate.
I still can't wrap my mind around how we've changed these limousine heifers here in the last 5 years.
Yes.
Kind of done to that breed what we did to the Herefords 8, 9, 10 years ago.
Really? I see.
Good crowd around ringside here as we get ready to select our champions.
Waiting for our next heifer. They cannot find the champion.
Well, we're about, maybe not quite halfway of these heifers in here. So far, I guess my first impressions, obviously, that Key and Nia females.
Yeah.
Dangerously good. I sure like that big pulled Hereford heifer. That thing's cowy and beefy, stout at the ground, flexible. Probably a little age advantage on that one.
I'd see. Purebred limousine.
Wowzers.
That's a good looking purebred limit.
When I was a kid, the limmies were round butted and tiny legged. And a lot of them were orange. Mr. Paulson, high mane. There's a nice show heifer.
Yep, another high level one there.
There's a little color. It's a nice female there, that colored up one coming in. Probably a little younger and more youthful, but
Yeah.
sure built nice.
Maine. Ooh, look at that.
Angus. Hello.
Yowza. That's a good looking
That
one.
one's smooth and can we say sexy on the air?
I think you can say it.
Yeah, that one's smooth and sexy.
I don't know. That key was good, but that one there hits.
That's those two are awful dangerous, aren't they? There's a cool looking baldy. Hey, that's our good friend Kelly and Lacey Short's daughter Riley with that nice baldy heifer. There's a minis.
That heifer we just talked about a couple ago, she's Sim Angus. Is that what?
No, not yet. I don't think we're into those yet, are we?
What was that heifer?
Those are the mains. Main Angus.
Okay, Maine Angus.
Yeah, and then this maintainer there behind her. This was an interesting breed I was looking at yesterday. It must be a new breed. Got these red baldies, kind of a red Angus foundation or whatever they call them. That I'm just going to put it down here. We're on the steer side, but you watch in the next 2 to 3 years, I bet you that division there gets really, really tough.
There's the red Angus.
Nice red heifers.
Yeah. Shorthorn Plus. There's a jerk necked one.
Yeah.
Or rope necked.
Rope necked, young, youthful. That's the thing about this heifers. I mean, we had some big burly steers, but man, in this heifer side, and I know it's a hot button topic, but age and maturity on these things is there's some big, big gals out here.
Yes, there is. Yep. A lot of development.
A lot of
has
development.
occurred.
That's a smooth made short arm.
Dude, how do they keep them that white? I can't do that.
Whoop, whoop.
Percentage Simmental. Another one that's level topped and cool front end.
Yep, got a little bit of the Simmental breed character. Some of these kids we see doing crossover, these kids have led some pretty competitive steers through the ring the last couple of days. I know.
Yeah, man, there has.
Yeah, right in front of him, Carly Kensel had a couple really nice ones.
What's this gal here?
Foundation, maybe? That's
another.
Lower percentage Simmental, big swoop belly, pretty face. Business
The
man.
Angus. You know, the Angus always being hunt these days. Man, a lot of some of these high end ones are very similar looking to each other. They're so tight. Calls, yeah, I'm sure.
Tight calls, that's right. Just got a text here says Avery Sweeney has the Hereford that you like. Okay.
Nice.
Well, congratulations, Avery. That's a heck of a nice heifer. Got some other comments here from some people watching back home. Appreciate the comments and saying they glad they can hear us on the heifer side. Being able to commentate a little bit here on the heifer show, even though we're the steer guys. So,
well, thanks for staying with us.
Here's another comment says, just go ahead and say it. All these heifers are overaged. Okay, I said it.
Not every single one.
Not every. I think the mini Hereford's going to fit in where she belongs, but hey, I'm just like I said, I know it's a hot button topic, and I know there's probably some steps that are going to be put in place here in the next couple of years to kind of try to curtail some of this stuff. And just it is what it is. Unfortunately, it's the nature of the beast, as we.
The nature of the beast, but everybody's.
I tell you what, if a group of judges would band together and say, "Hey, here's the line of sand, and we're not going to use them," but I mean that's hard to do.
That's hard to do.
It's
because your job is to evaluate what's in front of you,
exactly.
not to.
So I think is that maybe the keys and the mains are just going to move away from ages, other than like the fall heifers or something, and come to the show and we weigh them up and we show them by weight. And ultimately, at the end of the day, even in the commercial setting, that cattle business is driven by weight. So if you're going to worry about pounds, let's just show them by pounds. I guess it's nice to be able to still register them and show them by breed, but any good cowboy is probably going to be able to tell if one is a little overaged or a little too mature or not feminine enough due to her maturity curve, or a little greener because she is a little more youthful. So it's a tough tightrope to walk, I know,
But at the end of the day, the best one is still the best one.
yeah, unless she's not, unless a different one beats her. You know how that goes.
That happens too.
That's an impressive lineup of heifers. I
It is.
definitely have fun following along in the steer side like we do, but I can definitely see why Chad Holcamp and Tim Loudon are so excited every year when we get done with the show talking to them, because it looks like they got to take in and evaluate and commentate on a very high quality breeding female show.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of high quality females.
Just not to not place anything, but look at that Charlie heifer there in the first one in the lineup. Look at you talk about rope neck. When's the last time you saw a Charlie heifer with the front end design like that?
It's been a while. Usually they're not so feminine and sleek through the shoulder.
And we talked about some crest in the steer show. That thing's no crest like a Charlie heifer might have, and youthful and cool headed, and maybe she makes top 5, maybe she doesn't, but that thing is unique in that breed.
Really good point on that. Not your typical Charolais.
Man, that key heifer, look at her.
She's pretty striking
That's
from
deadly.
a distance there. I'm hoping they'll take these girls for a walk.
Oh, I think
want to see
they
them
surely
go
will.
in front of me.
Yeah, this is great. We got great seats. We watched them all come in, and then we're gonna get to see them coming around again. I think I'm not 100% sure, but I made a comment to you. I don't know if we were online or not. Champion commercial heifer, I'm a betting that that's a purebred Angus. It's just funny how times have changed. When we were showing, it was kind of the difference was, could it be a market heifer? Could it be a commercial heifer? Now it's, could it be an Angus? Should it be a commercial?
Yeah, it's quite a difference. Yes, the champion commercial heifer back in our day was a little more powerful and also was usually in contention to win the show.
Absolutely.
Whereas now, not saying she won't get in there, but I'm probably not the lead.
I can't give you a year, but I'm fairly certain I'm pretty certain, I'm pretty confident. The Griman boys had a heifer, an Angus heifer, that was the first one to be supreme overall at the Iowa Beef Expo. First Angus heifer to win the overall breed. So I can't tell you exactly what year that was, but I remember the heifer well. At the Iowa State Fair, I remember the very first Angus heifer I'd ever won over all breeds. The supreme overall was shown by Ann Smollenberger. So
nice.
There's been, a trend here as of late to get more towards the business breed, as you say.
Yes.
And I think they're getting those cattle built better again. Whoops, got a little tired there.
So
I was just going to talk about how good they were in flexibility, but yeah, they're just getting a little wider in terms of their pin set. And I think, we talked about that in the steer drive a little bit yesterday. The cycles and the trends we're going through. They were short and stocky and tons of muscle. Then they got tall and narrow to give them sound, and now we're trying to widen them out again. These heifers were kind of along that line. It was a kind of a two-dimensional show for a while, where we're just judging them from the side and how long their foot stride was, and if they could, get out and reach. But we kind of lost track of some maternal traits and functionality in terms
of third dimension
with the structure and just general with the body. So I think they're kind of slowly getting that corrected, and looks like a awful good lineup of three-dimensional cattle out here.
A little more combination of some width and some power. I'm sure in your herd back home, you don't want your females to be too narrow in their pin set for practicality purposes.
I don't like that. I like some width in the chest and width in the pin. If they're flat-ribbed and huge-bellied and cat ass, that still doesn't work in my house in the production world. Not that anything works in my house, because we have our own set of problems. But
well, any livestock producer has problems, but sometimes things go the way you want them. Sometimes.
Yep, sometimes. Looks like our judges, the Friends brothers, are out there doing a little back and forth, maybe a little cussing and discussing, as you like to
Yeah,
say.
like that little phrase.
Not
Eh,
sure if they drove or they flew home, but I bet they have a fun dissertation conversation on their
Yeah, that'd be fun
trip
to
back home.
talk things over on the trip back. But they're definitely analyzing now, talking things over, which is great to see. I'm sure they want to make sure they're
Oh,
comfortable with their decision, and I'm sure it's excited for them to get them all back out here at once because just like we said in the steer show, as a judge, you kind of have a idea, but until you
right.
actually see them all in the ring together,
Yep,
it's not
exactly.
the same.
I think our steer show broke down pretty good, and we know we've talked about a little bit in terms of type and kind, uniformity, and getting, is your champion the best one, your reserve follow type and kind, everything fit the mold. Be interesting to see. There's so many good ones out here, but there's enough variation in
There's a
different
little more
types of kind.
variation. Yep.
Interesting to see how the top five sorts itself out in terms of type and kind, if they're all about the same, or if we have, differences, and they just say, hey, this one's the best char we've seen, this one's whatever, and just
Sure.
so that's always the fun part about the breeding effort side. Looks like we're gonna get some comments here. Unfortunately, I don't think you can get to see him walk again.
Shoot.
Bang.
Let's go ahead and give all these kids and exhibitors a big round of applause, please. Let's get this, give these kids what they deserve. This has been absolutely just incredible. From the kids to the cattle, and I never thought my first time to the Iowa Beef Expo would be on this side of the ring. I've never been here before. Here for the college judging contest and stuff like that, but I've never been here. You watch the Pulse or you watch it online. It blows your mind the amount of quality that's in one state. And all these kids and these heifers battle it out. Um, it's really hard to actually put into words just how mind blowing it really is. And I'm sure there's people ringside that, have some differences and some breeds and this and that and want to switch. But, until you're out in this position and you get this much quality to work with and you get to kind of laser in on I guess the priorities that Riley and I have kind of been growing up with and brought up with, I challenge you guys just to listen and just to kind of, I guess, hopefully you see what we kind of say, and whether you were second or reserve in a breed or third or class or even, towards the bottom, but just kind of listen and hopefully it registers with you. I know we're all very, very competitive. I'm as competitive person when it comes to this type of stuff as well. And, I just hope you kind of can understand kind of, I guess, where we were following kind of throughout the 2 days here. We like sound cattle and we're not going to sacrifice muscle. We like stout made, heavy structured cattle, still got some look and they got to be able to move with some foot quality and stuff like that. So, with that, I'd like to thank my brother for, joining me down here. It's been just a tremendous honor for us to do this together. Something that, surely will just, stick with me for the rest of my life. Told myself I wouldn't get real emotional, but I'd like to thank my wife at home. She's been huge support and everything we do, and I'd just like to give her a big thanks. My parents, my in-laws, everyone. With that, I'll turn it over to Riley. We got 6 or 7 head out here that hit us really really hard. We're gonna kind of laser in and get this going. It's been a long 2 days. It's been a tremendous amount of fun. With that, we'll get you guys going because the weather it's cold out there and it's only going to get worse. So with that, I thank you very much, Iowa, for having me out here. It's been an absolute blast. Thank you to the sponsors, the kids, the breeders, the fitters. It is something truly mind-blowing to stand out here in front of you today. With that, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Cody. Really been fun. Like he said, I respect his opinion a lot. We're in 2 different countries now, but grew up together, side by side. We did everything together. So to come out here and do this the past couple of days has sure been fun. We see cattle the same, and although maybe our goals in the cattle we raise and what we do now are a little bit different, we still read cattle exactly the same way. So I really thank him for able to for me to come along with him to do this. It's sure been a blast. And like he said, this group of kids out in front of us, and not only the kids here, but back in the barns, they've just been a tremendous group of young people to work with, and again to be out in this setting like Cody talked about. I mean, the quality is absolutely outstanding, and we've had so much fun, sorting through this. It's just been a blast, and same thing. I hadn't, spent a lot of time here. Last time I was probably in Iowa, I was back in the judging contest days as well. And to be on this side of the fence and just see the quality that's brought out in front of us is incredible. Cody and I have tried to stick to a type and kind the past couple of days. Like he talked about, we like good looking cattle that obviously are sound, but we like power. I like rib. I like substance, and what we do back home, it's fun to show them. We're as competitive as anybody. Winning is, a great prize, and we all strive for that. But I tell you what's even more fun in my position when we take some of these cattle back home, we put them into production, we try to make that next generation better. And I think, over time and as we continue to go forward, I think it's so rewarding if you can take these cattle back home, put them into a production setting and make them work. And that's where we're always drawn to cattle with just a bit more substance and power. Again, I'd like to thank Cody. My parents and my wife are back home right now. It's about -40 at home. We're right in the mix to calving and getting ready for our bull sale here in a month's time. So I'd like to thank them for looking after things when I come away quick down here to do this with Cody. We've had just an absolute blast. This is a great group of kids, and if you will, raise it up, make some noise. It darn sure ain't easy to get out here. We'll get you a top 5.
All right.
So here we go. They're going to go find a heifer. And just again, we have not followed these guys throughout the whole weekend, but that is Cody and Riley LaFriends. They probably won't be on the same plane taking home because, as you just heard there,
2 different countries.
Cody lives in Oklahoma. I just did a recon here. Cody lives in Oklahoma. His brother Riley is from Canada. They're going to go find Kinnick Paulson there with, I believe that's the high main. Congratulations to Kinnick Paulson and his family and crew.
You heard him say they're drawn to just a little more power.
Yep, that one's got the substance, and hey, I can sure appreciate that. You, kind of livestock I like. High percentage main, Kinnick Paulson. Got that black and white heifer coming back in there. We talked about just the cool look, just maybe a little more youthful in terms of her design.
Yes, really stylish. Got those unique markings. Got our reserve over here.
The Gus. Told you, those Gus's, people didn't used to like them. Now we can't get enough of them.
Good looking heifer there. Really deep through her rib all the way back to her flank. A lot of undercarriage on that girl.
Yeah, betcha. We know we saw some of that Angus class. That was a certainly tough division. Our key and our main Angus may be a little more moderate than these guys prefer, but we shall know soon enough. Key heifer just still gives me that.
Yeah, she's
cool
got
look.
that striking presence from the.
She does. Look at that neck.
She just kind of walks into that pose and that head and neck.
Purebred Simmental.
Good looking white faced heifer there, 3rd overall.
Brock Henderson with the purebred Simmental. 3rd overall.
She's definitely got some power.
Yeah, and a pretty face. There's a reserve coming in the lineup here. Certainly looks like she's well qualified to stand her ground out here.
It's fun to listen. Like
I
you
believe
said,
that's the young Winnell boy.
Okay.
With the Golden Acre Simmentals from up there in northwest Iowa.
Looks like they got their mind made up on 4th. Percentage Simmental. A cool blaze on her face.
Clear the kids.
So I was just going to say, like you mentioned, we didn't get the opportunity to watch through this show, but these were fun to listen to these guys at the end of the comments and their perspective. And the lead judge got just a little emotional there. It just shows the amount of passion that
yeah.
That
as passionate as all these exhibitors and their family are of showing. It's nice to see when the judge takes it just as serious and just as emotionally involved in it. So that's pretty awesome.
I also caught a little bit of that Canadian accent.
Yeah. You caught that,
Thought maybe I listening
They're
to.
not looking at our key heifer here for fifth, I'm afraid.
She's out, I guess.
They're into these truer breeding females, maybe a little more frame and extension. Eyeing the commercial heifer here. And take a second look at maybe the reserve Angus and the
There it
commercial
is.
heifer. Simon Thorson there. Looks like that one had a Boyart core tag in her ear. So congratulations to that crew.
Good looking heifer. She can really get out and move as you watch her go.
Yep.
That was a heck of a lineup. That was fun to stay on here and
yes, appreciate the opportunity there.
Yeah, thanks.
Fun to watch these things. Look at them as they all hit the ring. I mean, man, there's good heifers out there.
You got your trailer close, or?
No, I left it at home. I wasn't planning on hauling anything.
There's several in here. A guy'd like to load up and
start a donor pin real quick, like.
Good. You could, man.
Hey, it's been a fun show. Pleasure to work with you again, Ryan.
Yeah, same to you. Thanks to Live Auctions TV for having us back.
Yep, appreciate everybody at the Iowa Beef Expo. Just do a real quick recap for those of you. I guess you're probably following along, but again, our steer division, our grand champion steer this year, 2025 Iowa Beef Expo, Crossbred champion exhibited by Riley Rogers. Reserve champion was the reserve Crossbred, shown by Mr. Parker Shalla. Shay Rogers had the champion key. That hammer steer out of came from day one. He winds up being third. That reserve key with the cool look and this extra ring presence was fourth overall, exhibited by Carly Kensel. And then Claire Shanks comes in fifth overall there with the champion mane. So awesome market steer show we had. Great breeding heifer show here we just had to round out our weekend. Little time left to get everybody on the road and get home safely. So appreciate it, everybody. Thanks for listening. We will see you again next year.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Everything we've ever done comes back to this. Here, we don't just make equipment. Our people make hay and raise cattle too. The needs of hay producers and ranchers change over time, but our standards will never waver. Because it's not just business, it's personal. And now, our lineup is even stronger.